late yesterday evening, around about 5:30. Yesterday evening, via qualifying 1, and to the front of row 4, we find Alvaro Carpenter. 4th in the World Championship. He's talking live to Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Keeping the helmet and the gloves on, Alvaro, as he manages to maintain the focus. This is going to be a step into the unknown for everybody. What kind of a race do you think you'll see? What kind of tactics have you got?
Very interesting thing, for sure. That's for sure. Because we have many things we don't know, like the drop of the tire at the end of the race. It's many laps here.
time for that right-hander through turn 4. If you MotoGP caught out there on Friday on wet patches.
Pironi to the lead then, and Almanza also a big mover. He's already up into 8th place on this first lap, so he's climbed 6 spots.
Poor Beritamotogp's been beaten up there going into 5 and 6. He got picked up by Maret. Who's had a real strong start to this Brazil Grand Prix. Maret then up from 5th to 3rd, and Beritamotogp getting picked up. It also allowed Danish back into 4th.
A couple of the rookies inside the top 10 have had tough starts as Maret lunges up the inside of the pole sitter Esteban. Uriarte back from 6th to 12th, and Salmella's also dropped places from the 3rd row back to 14th.
Right, we now go into the horsepower shootout down towards this penultimate corner, turn 13, and now it's all about your drive. Got to get some good entry speed here. Make sure you keep that, or prevent getting too much wheel spin on the side of the tyre with lead angle. And now power down this 994-metre start-finish rate. Slipstream is going to be so key in this Grand Prix. Taking the slipstream goes Maret. He goes side by side then with Pironi, and Marco Maret will lead here in Brazil.
And Danish straight through into 2nd place. One thing to keep in mind, time information has just dropped from Pirelli. The top 2 in the race, Maret and now Danish, are both on the soft rear tyre. Pironi is on the medium.
So this is new territory, isn't it? First time we've seen Maret lead the Grand Prix. Danish has recovered. He was as low as 5th on that opening Grand Prix. He's now within a second. He's almost getting dive bomb into 4 though there by Pironi.
Almanza to 4th now. He takes Beritamotogp into turbo. So both Almanza and Quiles rocketing up the order. Look at that tight inside line for Carpe, who's also trying to make progress. He's into the top 10 now.
Yeah, David Almanza thought about a move there on Pironi as well, didn't he, going through this 5-6 complex. Almanza, well, nobody told him it was supposed to be hard to overtake here in Brazil. He's recovered, what, 14th up into 4th place, 10 places, and we're not even completed lap 2.
Top 2 in the championship, side by side into turn 10. That's Quiles through on David Almanza. So a championship battle potentially throughout the season. It's already kicking off in Brazil as Esteban's trying to make up ground, back up the order, having plummeted from pole position.
Further down the order, Kelso's currently in 8th place at the Carpe. Adrian Fernandez inside the top 10. Uriarte, who started in 6th, has not had a great start this Grand Prix. He's 11th, head of Salmela. O'Gorman, Matani and Pini at the moment are occupying the point scoring places. They now just try and find the slipstream. Look at Quiles just trying to maximise that big hole in the air being punched by Pironi ahead of him. He darts out the right-hand side. Pironi, nothing he can do to defend, can he? Who's going to be late on the brakes? It's Quiles. Oh, 2 for 1. Quiles with great speed there down the start-finish straight. Between Danish and Pironi, he goes up to 2nd. We have an Aspar 1-2.
So he went from 4th over the line to 2nd, and he's soon going to take the lead here. Look at that, putting some serious manners on his young teammate Maret. And after 2.5 laps, Max Quiles has gone from 11th to the lead.
Aspar have nicknamed Max Quiles the killer. Well, he's gone for the killer instinct there, and he went for the juggling on his teammate Maret, taking no prisoners at all. Friendly fire inside the Aspar garage. Pironi then immediately got himself back up into 2nd place. Danish still looking very strong there. Quiles has gone to the car park. You've got to be careful. So dirty and dusty offline here. Quiles is able to just roll off the throttle, not lose too much momentum, but it's a gift. Pironi now leads.
He knows all about that turn 6 as Almanza's now making a move on Maret. It looked like Esteban was trying to pass Danish to there for 5th place. So at the moment it's chopping and changing, toing and throwing. No one really making a break in this leading group. Of course, the long straight here to the final couple of corners and the kilometre straight to turn 1 makes it so difficult to break the group.
Uriarte starting to work his way back forward. He's just climbed up into the top 10. He's 9th now, ahead of Adrian Fernandez. Yellow flags are out in the 3rd sector as the top group power out of turn 14. Quiles, we saw last time around, got great slipstream to blast past both Pironi and Danish. It's Leo Ramersdorfer that has gone down for 6:58 Squadra Corton, and just like on the last lap, Quiles with the slipstream finds himself back in the lead.
So that was either during or just after he served his long lap penalty. Look at the look over to the left-hand side for Almanza. Where are you two going, he says. I'll quite happily take the lead.
Well, that's twice now. Quiles has had the lead and thrown it straight back. About 4 or 5 seconds later, it's now Almanza. The top 2 have come from 14th Almanza, 14th on the grid to lead. Quiles came from 11th on the grid. There is Ramersdorfer walking away from his crash. A little wave to the crowd. Looks like he's okay.
This is coming through the right-hander of 12. That's the crash that Cruz has had in qualifying yesterday. Monster high side. If you get offline, as Matt mentioned, so easy to have that kind of accident. And Ramersdorfer out of his career best qualifying.
It's a bone cruncher there. for the Austrian. Let's hope he's going to be okay for next weekend's action over in Texas in Austin. Almanza, well, this is just eat, sleep, race, repeat as far as Almanza and Keyless are concerned. This is exactly what we saw from the pair of them a couple of weeks ago over in Thailand. Keyless on a revenge mission here. Almanza looking to continue this sensational start to 2026. It's 6 years since Albert Arenas in 2020 won the first 2 Grand Prix. Nobody's done it since.
Danish really getting stuck into Carpe there on the way into the final corner. We saw a little bit of a feinter move from Keyless, but understandably, he doesn't want to lead onto this main straight because he would be punching the big air in the hole for everyone behind. As it is, he's riding through it and taking the lead back.
Keyless almost on the green paint on the exit pit lane now as he chops across the nose of Perone into this downhill fast braking zone for this long right-hander. It seems like it goes on forever, doesn't it, these first couple of right-handers, and then they'll attack hard through what is a real high-speed turn 3. This is really where fortune favours the brave. Got to be careful now. Slight uphill braking zone into turn 4. It's still Almanza from Keyless. Perone there in 3rd. Morelli still looking strong in 4th place. Head of Danish, Carpe, Esteban, the pole starter, Fernandez, Beritamotogp and Salmali top 10.
A gap now starting to open up behind Mitani, who's in the final points position in 15th place, to Eddie O'Shea, who's leading that second group in 16th. So the first sign of a split in this leading group, but the points finishers, or the point scorers as it stands, all still very much together as we're on lap 5 of 24.
David Almanza then back in familiar position in 2026 already, isn't he? Winning that absolute classic to kick off Moto3 in 2026. There's never been a closer finish in Moto3 history between the top 2 in this Grand Prix right now. Once again, it's a story, a tale of 22 versus 28. Almanza and Keyless. Maybe a slightly tougher task with a few more riders in contention behind. I mean, those two were miles clear of Perone in 3rd place over in Thailand. Almanza's got a bit of a breather here. He had a brilliant run through 13 and 14 there. Almanza, he's broken the slipstream here. There's no way Keyless is surely going to get close enough.
It's interesting to see the different lines through the chicane of 10 and 11 too. Almanza taking a bit more of a wider line, whereas Keyless looked to try and straight short line that turn 11 right-hander, and it gave Almanza a much better look at 12, and he just pulled a few meters away from Max Keyless. But of course, with the long straight here down to turn 1, Almanza, no matter how hard he tries, he's just going to get reeled back in again.
19 laps of that Thai Grand Prix. Almanza led 17 of them, and crucially, the last one of them is Esteban starting to work his way back forward. He was as low as, what, 7th or 8th early on from pole position. Now back into 4th. Lovely move that on Morelli, who's still in P5.
Morelli's trying to take that one back again as he takes that inside line, perhaps attacking and defending all into one, because he's got Danish right behind him on the first of the MSI bikes. Then it's Carpe next up in 7th, and Adrian Fernandez, another rider starting to make progress up the order on the Leopard Honda. He started in 12th, he's now up to 8th.
It's been a good lap this so far for Guido Peen. He's picked off Salmela and O'Gorman. Peen on the Leopard Honda has now got himself up inside the top 10. He's just behind Beritamotogp, who's lost 5 places early on from 4th on the grid down to 9th spot. Peeny still there in 10th place. It's a good battle lap down between him, Salmela and O'Gorman.
Keyless responding on this lap and closing in once again on Almanza. That's the battle for 3rd place then, Perone and Esteban. So at the moment, the top 3 in this race, the same top 3 we had at the checkered flag in Bahrain, although Esteban looks like he's about to change that.
Yeah, only 2 riders in the 26s on that last lap, one of them being Keyless. Almanza just about fends off Keyless, coming from a long way back there is Esteban with the slipstream, just nicks that inside line on Perone. So Esteban up into 3rd place, Keyless and Esteban in 4th, the only 2 in the field on that last lap, still able to keep themselves in the 26s.
Esteban has never stood on a Grand Prix podium. He's had a best of 4th on 3 separate occasions, and he's high-sided spectacularly out of that 3rd place.
Mid-corner, going through turn 4. I think he saw a gap there. Looked like Keyless might have been a little bit offline, and just on the power, Esteban launches himself to the moon and back. That was a huge crash for the pole starter. Just as we were starting to think maybe he was going to be a big contender for the podium, he has the mother of all high sides. That was a big one for Joel Esteban. Really cost Perone that as well, didn't he? Because I think Perone almost had to sort of headbutt the crashed bike. That really did cost Perone some crucial time.
Yeah, he's punched a massive hole in this leading group, which now Marco Morelli is filling as he moves to 3rd place. Here's another look then as he's having a think about trying to pass Keyless. He's on that tighter inside line. Just as he's trying to open the gas, it spits him into the air. Yeah,
too tight, too much lean angle for that amount of throttle. We're looking back from David Almanza. Yeah, Keyless was wide. And you could sense that Esteban was thinking, okay, well, this is now an opportunity to make that move, and just that wheel spin, and it just fired him a proper violent high side, that one. Good to see Esteban walking away, because that was a big get-off. Almanza then back in the 26s. Personal best lap of the Grand Prix for the World Championship leader, 126.847. Morelli now up into that third place. He's just done his best lap of the Grand Prix, but a 127.2. So his best lap still 4/10 slower than Almanza. Now then, has this given the opportunity for Almanza and Quiles to have yet another personal duel at the front? Because the Esteban drama has seen the field split now by a second back to Morelli.
Yeah, and they've lost that crucial slipstream that would have towed them along that main straight. Peroni then trying to get himself back through, having passed Danish, and Danish really getting beaten up on this lap. Fernandez thrown in two, so Danish has lost a couple of places on this lap, so the onus really is on Morelli now, the second of the Aspar bikes, in third place, to try and tow that group back up to the leaders.
Yeah, Patama's just finding his rhythm, although he's being attacked here by Adrian Fernandez further back on the 31 bike. Patama's last lap was a 127.168. That's his best lap of the Grand Prix so far.
That's Pini passing Patama. He's the second of the Leopard Hondas in this group. Fernandez just up the road in fifth place. Pini's had two crashes of his own this weekend, so here's what was going on further back. This was Fernandez on Danish, and at the same time Carpe was getting involved with Patama, and that opened the door for Salmela to get involved.
There's been a few traffic jams to get into this Goiânia circuit. That was a traffic jam, wasn't it, here in this Moto3 battle? At the front, once again, history is repeating itself from Buriram here in Brazil. It's Almanza versus Quiles. Can Almanza win his second successive Grand Prix? Quiles out for revenge big time here, isn't he? He was smarting when he lost that Grand Prix to Almanza 3 weeks ago. He thought he had it at that last corner. Almanza going super defensive on that long run down to the final turn. Further down the field, Danish coming under more pressure, going through turn 4, looking to try and find a way back through on Adrian Fernandez. Fernandez is starting to get a little bit busy as well in this front group, isn't he? Up now into P5.
No real signs at the moment of Morelli closing that gap. As long as the top two don't battle each other and perhaps save it for later on, they're going to pull clear of that group. That was Salmela versus Danish, the battle of the rookies for 6th place, and it looks like Danish has taken that one back again from the fifth.
Yeah, this big sort of mid-pack melee, or this melee at the back end of the top 10, is playing in the hands of the likes of Morelli and Perone. Guido Pini's starting to get his elbows out, isn't he, on the 94 Leopard Honda. Pini's now got himself up into 8th place. Nice move that he just made on Carpe. So Pini's come from 16th on the grid up into now P8. It's going to get better and better for the Italian, surely.
He was as fast as the leaders on the last lap on a 27.0 as we now complete lap 9 of 24. 22 leads 28. Almanza from Quiles, both in the 26s. 26.9 personal best for Quiles. They're the only two riders in the 26s. Another 4/10 pulled out over Morelli.
It looks like we already have a bit of a theme emerging in this year's Moto3 World Championship, already stepping up and showing that they are going to be potentially the two top dogs in this year's Lightweight World Championship. Almanza and Quiles demolished the field over in Buriram 3 weeks ago. At the moment, they're threatening a big repeat here. Quiles then, just as he did for so much of that Thai Grand Prix, sitting behind Almanza, working out the strengths and weaknesses of this fellow Spaniard ahead of him. He's not going to want to lose out, though, on another head-to-head against Almanza here, is he? Later on, we have still got 15 laps to go. Long old race here in Brazil. 24 laps. Just going to bide his time. Got to be patient here, Quiles.
Yeah, is Quiles just going to be content sitting there to let Almanza do the heavy lifting and potentially try and keep something in reserve, particularly in terms of his tyres for the latter stage of the Grand Prix? Nothing different in terms of tyre strategy between these two. Both are on the medium front, medium rear combination, Almanza and Quiles.
Yeah, that gap now is up to 1.5 seconds between Quiles and Morelli. Morelli's got a 4/10 of a second breather, almost half a second breather back to Perone. Sort of gapping out a little bit in the chasing pack. 3/10 then back to Adrian Fernandez in 5th place. Hakim Danish from the front row, still keeping himself firmly inside that top 6. Over the line we go then. Almanza and Quiles, 0.03 of a second between them on that last lap. 0.03 of a second between them at the end of 19 laps in Buriram a couple of weeks ago. Nothing to split them once again here today.
Almanza favouring the middle of the racetrack on the way down to turn 1, whether that's just his preferred line or whether he's thinking slightly defensively. He almost closed the door right in front of Quiles, who I think he's more than happy at the moment just to let Almanza do the work at the front of the field while they continue to gap the group behind. Carpe did a 27.0 on the last lap. He was as fast as he is, but he's really boxed up in 8th place.
Yeah, Morelli's got a lot of trouble brewing behind him at the moment because Perone and Fernandez have jumped all over his rear tyre, as you can see, and those two are dragging the likes of Danish, Salmela, Carpe along for the ride as well. Further down the order, Beritamotogp starting from 4th. He's currently 10th out of Uriarte, Kelso, O'Gorman, Cruces and Ogden are in your point scoring places. Back at the front though, the gap now is over 2 seconds. It's crystal clear, isn't it? Once again, it's going to be just a simple showdown. 1 of 2 for the win here, surely they're now in Brazil already. We're not even at the halfway point between Almansa and Quiles. 2 seconds clear now of Morelli.
And there are nearly a dozen riders in that battle for the final podium spot. From Morelli in 3rd, that group extends all the way back to Brian Uriarte in 13th place. So Marco Morelli's got a major queue up behind him now, all looking to try and relegate him down the top 10.
Fascinating psychological battle this as well, isn't it, between Almansa and Quiles. Almansa will know, well, I got the measure of you last time when we went all the way down to the checker flag. Quiles will be thinking, well, I've spent so much time behind Almansa, I know exactly where he's strong. This has been coming as Morelli then finally surrenders his place on the podium for now. He has been dropping back into the clutches of this big group hunting him down, and Perone on the 73 bike goes through. So at the moment we've got our Buriram podium repeat here. We've got Almansa, Quiles and Perone, your top 3.
Battle of the Argentines for that final podium position. It's swung now in the favour of the 73 Perone. Look at Salmela trying to get involved there with Carpe and Fernandez up ahead, and Carpe has taken that one on the 83 and straight at the inside then of Adrian Fernandez. Carpe looks like he's the rider with the pace in this chase group.
Yeah, Salmela is impressive as well, isn't he? Just his 2nd Grand Prix. His last lap was a 1:27 flat, which is very impressive pace given the kind of traffic that he finds himself. He'll be helped by a little bit of a slingshot down the start-finish straight, dragging him over the line. There's a bit of a moment there, wasn't there? On the inside curve there, everybody seems to be out of shape already. We do know that even on these sort of, 60 horsepower Moto3 bikes, there's going to be tyre wear. It's going to be a big, big factor as Adrian Fernandez tries to get on the inside of Carpe. He's got the inside line. It was aggressive, it was clean. Lovely that by Fernandez. That's how you make a pass through 13 and 14. Fernandez then finds himself up in the 5th.
Yeah, Carpe had 2 moments in 2 corners in the middle of that 10, 11, 12 complex, and he gave Fernandez the run at him through 12 and into 13, the final real heavy braking zone on this circuit. Carpe trying to take that back again. Morelli loses another one. I think this might be setting the tone for the second half of Marco Morelli's Grand Prix as Adrian Fernandez takes 4th.
Head and shoulders above everybody else right now are Almansa and Quiles. The pair of them back in the 26s. Quiles has just been pushed to his best lap of this Grand Prix so far as Carpe goes through on Morelli. Morelli's going the wrong way here, isn't he? He was, what, 4, 5, 6... Almansa! David Almansa has fluffed his lines. He can't believe it. He lies motionless in the gravel trap. I think that's just more the pain of disappointment rather than injury. It's a gift. It is a massive, massive present here in Brazil for Max Quiles. Quiles had just set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix, and now with Almansa's big mistake while leading, well, it leaves Quiles 3 seconds clear of the field.
I think it's turn 4 that Almansa has crashed. Many have gone down there through the weekend. This is, look, it's a long turn 4. He's practically on the exit of it, and it's the rear that comes round on Almansa. It wasn't a front end, it was a high side for Almansa, and the pressure tells, and Quiles takes over the lead.
Oh, nothing he could do. Once that Pirelli rear tyre started spinning up underneath him, he was just along for the ride. Ejector seat pressed, unfortunately, for Almansa. We lost the pole sitter Esteban through 4 when he was in 3rd place earlier on, so there's been some big casualties through that turn 4. Big casualties all weekend, to be honest, through that 4th corner. With the slipstream goes Carpe through on Perone, and now through on Fernandez in the braking zone for the 1st corner. Is he going to get it stopped? He runs a little bit wide. Fernandez will cut back to the inside line, so 3.5 seconds clear then now as Quiles at the front. Just now a test of his focus and concentration as he will now cruise surely to the victory and the World Championship lead.
Moment on the curb there for Danish. He's running in 8th place. It's Leopard versus Red Bull KTM, and Red Bull KTM Tech 3 in the front of this chase group. We've got Fernandez for Leopard, then we've got Perone for Tech 3. The 2 Tech 3 bikes both in there with Salmela behind Carpe's IO machine, and then we've got Pini, although he's just lost the place to Morelli on the 2nd of the Aspar bikes. Morelli not giving this one up without an almighty fight.
Just shows what constant pressure can do. Scott Ogden, unfortunately, has crashed out of this Grand Prix. Quiles was just constantly hounding, wasn't he, David Almanza? Never gave him a millisecond breather at all, just as we saw Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio in the MotoGP sprint yesterday. On this occasion, it was Almanza that blinked. Let's hope he's okay, because it was, again, a pretty nasty high side that he suffered on the exit of that fourth corner. You can keep a track on your runaway race leader now, Quiles, in the top left-hand corner of your screens. But this is a real big battle. A whole bunch of riders here in contention for potentially 20 points and a second place. It's being led by Fernandez. They're 4.1 seconds behind Quiles, but there's 1.6 seconds down from Fernandez to O'Gorman in 12th.
Big moment there on the brakes for Carpe. Once again, he's going to sail out wide and lose that back to Adrian Fernandez. This is really a test of Quiles' concentration now out at the front of the race, because he is miles quicker than anyone else out on the racetrack. The only rider with a prayer of stopping him, as the red flag has come out. Red flag with still 10 laps to go in this Grand Prix, which is bad news for Max Quiles. His 4-second lead is wiped out.
Red flag then thrown on lap 15 of 24 here.
We'll get a restart. We are not at the three-quarter race distance point. That would have been lap 18. So Max Quiles is going to have to restart this one with his lead wiped out.
A lead which at the end of lap 14 was ginormous. It was 4.1 seconds. The race will be restarted. 2/3 distance not completed. Oh, Max Quiles, look at that. They can't believe it, can they? And CF Moto Aspar. Quiles in cruise control there. He's going to be mighty frustrated. We don't have any indication yet as to why the race has been stopped, unless it was for the Scott Ogden crash, maybe. Scott Ogden had crashed a couple of minutes ago. We didn't get a replay of the Brit going down either for CIP Green Power, so we won't speculate until we get some concrete information. But the red flag, what we can say for certain is the red flag has brought a premature ending to the initial running of that Brazilian Grand Prix.
Well, I guess it's one of the knock-on effects of such a short lap here, 3.8 kilometres of this circuit, that if we do have a crash with either a rider in the gravel trap or the circuit blocked by either a bike or some gravel, they don't have much time, do they, to clear anything away. Just about 1 minute and 30 seconds, minute 27, before the riders come right back round again. So I guess that was always going to happen. That is Almanza, who is absolutely distraught. I don't think his bike is there with him in the pits. He was a couple of laps behind, of course, so I don't think Almanza is going to be able to restart this Grand Prix. Even if he did, he'd have to start from the pit lane. Here is another look at the high side for Almanza. The rear lit up, and much like, of course, the crash earlier in the race for Esteban through turn 4, absolutely nothing that Almanza could do once the rear lit up.
There's absolutely nothing as well to console him inside that Dynavolt intact garage at the moment. He is beside himself. He'd ridden quite brilliantly up until that point. He'd ridden brilliantly. The race is going to be restarted, and it's going to be a 5-lap dash, a 5-lap sprint. Max Quiles, 4.1 seconds clear at the check. In the lead he was when the red flag was thrown. We had Fernandez second, Perrone was third, Carpe was fourth, Rico Salmela was having a blinder, wasn't he? The Finn in 5th place, Pini was 6th, and there was Morelli, Uriarte, Danish and Britama were inside the top 10. There is David Almanza on the left-hand side of the picture there, former 125cc winner, Peter Ayrton, just trying to offer some words of comfort, scant consolation right now for Almanza. Oh, the ups and downs, the highs and lows of a professional Grand Prix motorcycle rider. The ultimate high was his first Grand Prix success in dramatic fashion in Buram 3 weeks ago, and then brought crashing back down to earth quite literally with that massive high side out of the lead here in Goiânia.
It's a long season, 22 Grand Prix, so it's way too early to be talking about how serious that could be for the World Championship for David Almanza, but we're already seeing a pattern emerge, as you mentioned earlier on, but it might well be Almanza and Quiles as the clear top 2 in this Moto3 World Championship, so an error that you could scarcely really afford to make. As you can see there, confirmation, race to be restarted for 5 laps. The grid will be based on lap 14's standings, so the grid will be Quiles, Fernandez, the rider just in picture there behind one of his crew members. Perrone will complete the front row of the grid in 3rd. It will be Carpe, Salmela and Pini on row 2. Morelli, Uriarte and Danish will be your 3rd row ahead of Pratama, Kelso and O'Gorman. O'Shea, Matani, Cruces, 5th row, then Batelli, Yamanaka, Moodley, Buchanan, Carraro and Jesus Rios. Almanza was 2 laps behind and of course did not rejoin the racetrack, so he will not restart.
going to be Brazil take 2. Was there a lot of gravel that maybe got brought on by one of the crashes earlier on? So if we have any information about what caused the stoppage. Turn 4, here we go. So there is Scott Ogden crashing out when he was outside the point scoring places.
It's a fairly standard crash, didn't it? Just on the very tail end that we saw of it. But this is what I mentioned earlier on, of course, when it's such a short lap here that if a rider is hurt in the gravel trap and is unable to immediately get to their feet, it's so quick before the field come round again. Armansa's bike is back in the pit, so potentially he's not out of the race. What we do know from what happened in Moto2 back in Buriram when riders were a lap or more behind at the time the race was stopped is that even if Armansa does get himself back into the race, the best he can hope for is a start from pit lane.
There is Valentin Perrone then, gets to go again in his fight for back-to-back podiums to kick off 2026. He was one of a whole bunch of riders that were involved in that heated battle for second place.
Confirmation from Jackie pit lane that David Armansa will not take the restart. Clearly didn't get the bike back in time.
Adrian Fernandez, when the red flag came out on the 31 Leopard Honda, he was running in second place. Both Leopard Hondas were inside the top 6, and they both had to work very hard for it. Fernandez has started 12th, and Guido Pini had recovered 10 places after his 16th place on the grid in Q2. So we're not quite sure, we're not any confirmation when the pit lane will be reopened for the quick restart procedure, which means pit lane will be reopened for 60 seconds, and the riders...
Confirmation from within the race direction process that Scott Ogden's bike was still being recovered at the side of the racetrack when the field came back round again. Of course, Ogden was towards the back of the field and probably around about 15 seconds or so behind the leader, so they would have had around 60 seconds to clear that bike before the race leader Max Quiles came back around. Clearly that was not enough time.
Pit lane then is going to open at 12:35. As we said, for 60 seconds the quick start procedure protocol will be enforced. It is just coming up to 12:30 local time here in Goiânia, so we're going to be back underway for the pit lane opening at 12:35. Race distance of 5 laps. That's going to fly by, isn't it? Around what is already a short 3.835 kilometre Autódromo Internacional Ayrton Senna. Grid positions as of standings on lap 14. So Max Quiles is going to have to do all the hard work once again. He'll be on pole position, but what was a commanding 4.133 second lead when the red flag came out has completely evaporated.
There are going to be some banzais in this one when we get back underway in about 5 minutes time. So much opportunity, and of course a mistake in 5 laps of a Grand Prix can have such a huge consequence. There's not going to be the kind of time you'd normally get in a Grand Prix to make the time back up again. So Quiles, having rocketed up the order from 11th up to the very front in next to no time at all, now will go from the very front. Scott Ogden, that's the bike that is remaining. Unfortunately, Scott Ogden is heading to the medical centre for a checkup. We could see that he was moving after that crash, but clearly in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, the race interrupted just to ensure that Scott Ogden's crashed KTM could be recovered safely by the trackside marshals. And yeah, he's gone just to the medical centre for a precautionary checkup. We are being told that Scott is perfectly okay, just probably a little bit rattled, a little bit beaten up. It's going to be a fairly painful flight over to North America for a couple of our Moto3 riders. So there you can see 3.5 minutes away from the pit lane opening. Pit lane restart, or the quick restart procedure will be in effect. Well, David Armansa was dreaming of back-to-back victories to kick off 2026, wasn't he, when he fell heavily at turn 4 out of the lead. Let's hope he's okay. Let's get some thoughts from Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact boss Jürgen Linglerjack.
Yeah, obvious frustration down here in the Liquid Moly Intact GP box. Heartbreak for David. Jürgen, did he explain what happened exactly?
No, I didn't talk to him yet. He just high-side. Of course, he was pushing to the limit because Maximo, he knows he's behind him, and he felt very good. So he was pushing, and finally this can happen. And I think also it's also a consequence of not enough track experience. It's quite difficult for everyone, but he did so far very well and he felt good, but these things can happen. He was on the limit.
We could see his emotion afterwards. How important is your job now to tell him he was there once again, both Max and him, and managed to break away, and the season is still very long?
Of course, I think he will understand after a few hours. I think we can talk to him and he will understand, and fortunately next week we continue and this will help also. So it's better to continue immediately as have a big break after, but I think he will be okay next week.
Thanks, Jürgen, appreciate it. And just whilst I've got you as well, guys, had a quick word with some of the Pirelli technicians. Similar situation to what we had after the Moto2 red flag back in Thailand. The vast majority of the grid, given that it's a 5-lap dash, are, if they have one in their allocation, swapping to the soft rear tyre, a brand new soft rear tyre. Max Quiles in particular, 100%, he will have a brand new soft into his machine. I'll try and keep an eye to check of the main contenders who else has got a brand new soft, but it seems as though the vast majority of the grid will do that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. The Moto3 team has probably been helped a little bit by the inclement weather here on Friday, where there was not a lot of slick tyre running. Didn't get through much of their allocation, so Max Quiles gets to do all the hard work over again, 80 seconds away from the pit lane opening. Good to hear from Jürgen, good to hear him come and talk to Jack there, just to offer his thoughts on David Almanza's crash. And he's bang on the money. When you are pushing on the absolute limit, when you're on the ragged edge at this level of World Championship motorcycle racing, mistakes can happen. You can get caught out. It has happened to the very best. It'll happen to David Almanza again. But as Jürgen Ling said, he doesn't have to doesn't have too long to stew on it, doesn't have too long to dwell on it. He'll be back in action, of course, in just 5 days' time at the Circuit of the Americas, not in Texas, where he can right the wrongs of today.
Max Quiles trying to keep cool in the Aspar box. He's got 40 seconds before he needs to jump on that bike and get back out again. This is the Leopard Honda, and we've got a brand new rear tyre on Fernandez's Honda. We just saw it disappear out of shot. He and Alvaro Carpe, who starts second and fourth, of course, were in qualifying 1 yesterday evening. So if anyone doesn't have a new tyre, they're perhaps the likeliest candidates for that. But of course, as Matt rightly mentioned, we were short on dry running on Friday morning. They did the entire first session of the weekend on wet tyres. So I would imagine the vast majority, if not all the field, will have new rubber available to them, and it will be, as Jack rightly says, soft rubber for just a 5-lap restart. Very good use of experience there for Jorge Martinez Aspar, just taking that moment before the pit lane open, just to calm Max Quiles down and remind him of his responsibilities and remind him what's ahead of him. In fact, Jorge Martinez Aspar is now in pit lane with Jack.
Yes, he is indeed. Jorge, you just had the chance to speak with Max just before he went out. What did you say to him?
The problem is before was more than 4 seconds distance, but now it's only 5 laps. Soft tire is, I think it's very complicated now, but anyway, it's a very good race for sure.
When he left then, did you tell him be calm in the 5 laps?
Yeah, with the problem this track is very particular. It's more hard braking, it's more slow. It's made necessary very smooth for the many continued corner, no? As I speak, please, calma.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Jorge Martinez Aspar. I tell you what, good luck, Jorge, trying to tell a Moto3 rider to approach any Grand Prix calm, let alone what is now a 5-lap dash. This is going to be one of the shortest Moto3 Grand Prix, one of the shortest Grand Prix we've ever had in history. Here's your grid then. Quiles, Fernandez, Perone is your front row. So the standings as it was at the end of lap 14. Carpe, Salmela and Pena on the second row of the grid. Morelli, Uriarte, Danish on row 3. Of course, Hakim Danish did initially start the Grand Prix on the front row. Britama, Kelso and O'Gorman are your 4th row. Further down, we've got Eddie O'Shea leading row 5, Ed Matani and Cruzes. Vitaly Yamanaka-Mugli will go from row 6. Buchanan, Carrara and Rios from the 7th row. We are, of course, missing the pole starter from the initial start, Joel Esteban, after he crashed out of 3rd place at turn 4. No, David Almanza, who's done so brilliantly to work his way through from 14th on the grid to lead ahead of Max Quiles. We deny what looked like being another epic showdown between those two after Almanza crashed out of the lead at turn 4, and then Scott Ogden also not restarting after he fell out of contention. And of course, while the marshals were given time to safely recover his bike. That was the reason why we have the red flags, and that's the reason why now what was scheduled to be a 24-lap Grand Prix of Brazil, well, in every essence of the word, it's a sprint.
Yeah, we're with you, Jorge. Jorge Martinez Aspar very nervous. Nico Goiânia from Tech 3. Leopard look on. They've each got a rider represented on the front row of the grid. Quiles, Fernandez and Perrone. There is some enormous incentive on what is a very short race, and who's going to perhaps carry the ambition and who is going to keep their heads in the 5-lap race, which is now about to get underway. Warm-up lap now underway.
I mean, this is basically Q2 meets a Grand Prix, isn't it, really? It's just like, I mean, Joel Esteban in qualifying 2 yesterday, he did 10 laps. He did twice the distance to get pole position yesterday than what these riders are going to have to face here for World Championship points. So, for the second time of asking, they're on the warm-up lap. We have now 21 riders lining up for this restart. Quiles will be on pole position. Just got to put that frustration, block it out of his mind, having been, well, 4.1 seconds clear of the pack. I mean, he was absolutely nailed on, wasn't he? You felt for that 4th Grand Prix success. It was just all about him managing his own levels of focus and concentration. Well, there was a big fight building behind him for second at that stage, which involved the likes of Fernandez, Perrone, Carpe. Salmela was really catching the eye. He looked really good, did Rico Salmela. The Finn, who started the initial Grand Prix 9th in this restart, he'll go from 5th. And there were some riders in this battle who are going to feel like they've nothing really to lose. Perhaps don't consider themselves as serious title contenders, maybe willing to throw a little bit more caution to the wind than some of our established stars. Go for broke. 5 laps around this 3.835 kilometre Goiânia circuit. The riders then coming back on the starters' orders once again on this revised grid. Pole position that initially went to Joel Esteban. He's not in this restart. Now on pole position is the 28 bike of Max Quiles. Adrian Fernandez slots into 2nd place. That's 10 places higher up than, well, both Quiles and Fernandez have moved up 10 places compared to where they initially started this Grand Prix. 1st and 2nd from 11th and 12th respectively. Perrone, well, he's actually dropped back 1 place, still on the front row, but 2nd down to 3rd. So here we go then here in Goiânia, Moto3 take 2. We're racing once again here in Brazil in Moto3. Max Quiles has made a brilliant start from that surprise pole position here as they make this long run down to the 1st corner. Trying to pick up some slips, and behind him goes Adrian Fernandez. It's Perrone in 3rd place. Morelli, who had a good start in the 1st running of this Grand Prix, going a long way around the 1st corner, but Quiles has absolutely nailed this 1st split.
Morelli was 7th on the grid for the restart. He's already gained a couple as Quiles looks to try and pick up exactly where he left off around about 15 minutes ago. That looks like Salmela and Perrone trying to barrel up the inside. Perrone takes a very brief 2nd place, and we've got a pilot further back with what looks like Rios and Bertelli.
It is, and Matteo Bertelli had a right whack on the head there. Matteo Bertelli, as they went through turn 4, that yours kind of felt was inevitable as everybody's hungry to make up early places in this 5-lap sprint here. Quiles sprinting away at the front of it as well as he runs wide through the blue paintwork there. No track limits problem there for Quiles.
Yeah, he's just getting his head down there and just pulling away at the front of the field again. That's a big move up the inside there, but what looks like Pratama trying to make up some early ground. So the top 2 unchanged. Carpe now holds 3rd. Pini's made some big progress. He's up 2 spots.
Quiles does not want this to be a big battle, does he? He just go, I'm out of here, guys. I'm checking out. I don't want to be involved in any kind of late shenanigans. I'm just head down, full gas here, and just trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and the chasing pack. Here we go then. We're just about to tick off this 1st of 5 in the shortened Grand Prix of Brazil. The incident between Rios and Bertelli will be looked at after this short Grand Prix. Quiles then almost half a second clear of Fernandez as we start lap 2.
Yeah, and it looks like Carpe's the one with the pace here in this chase group. Carpe straight through into 2nd place. Salmela was trying to make a move on Pini there. Look at that. Fernandez never arrived to be pushed around, is he? This is all playing to the hands, though, of Quiles.
Got no time to build up any kind of rhythm here. Have you built up any kind of pace? You've just got to get your head down and go gung-ho for it. Through 4 we go. Quiles still, what, 0.4 of a second he is clear of Fernandez. He's built up that nice little buffer here. What Quiles needs behind him is this little battle to really start to tough it out. Carpe darts to the inside line on Fernandez. Bit of payback there as they go through 5 and 6.
Yeah, Carpe clearly feels that he's got the pace to at least get after Quiles. Let's have a look further back, looking for the yellow snipers Honda of Rios. He's on the inside there and straight up the inside and scooping up Matteo Bertelli. I think the stewards will be looking particularly in Jesus' direction for that one.
Poor Matteo Bertelli, who this time last year, of course, was celebrating his very first career podium over in Austin, and then he had a career-threatening leg injury and a training accident. Nightmare year for Bertelli. Here is Quiles then. There's now a huge daylight between himself and the chasing pack. He's not going to let this victory slip away this time around, is he, Mats Quiles? Last lap heartache for him over in Burram a couple of weeks ago, but over the line now, he's 0.8 of a second clear of Fernandez. Fastest run on the circuit, though, is his Aspar teammate Morelli on the 97 bike with a 1:26.252. And Morelli on the inside of what, 4 or 5? Absolutely awesome that by Morelli, using all the top speed of that KTM in the slipstream. He has gone up into, well, he came on the line in 5th. He's now 2nd.
Fernandez gobbled up. He dropped back to 5th. As a result of that, it's the Leopard under Pini who's next along as Carpe back up the inside. Salmela also handing out further punishment to Adrian Fernandez, who's now 6th.
This has been class, this by Quiles. Just made sure from pole position he nailed the start. It was a perfect launch away by Quiles, and now he can just run his pace, run his braking markers, run his own lines. Hasn't got to worry about anybody dive bombing on the inside. There's no threat of a slipstream behind him down the long start finish rate. At the moment, tactically, this has been a masterclass by Quiles.
We saw before the start got underway, Jorge Martinez Aspar looking to a higher power for some support. He's getting in at the moment with a 1 and 2, and Morelli is charging off after his teammate here with, well, essentially we're at half distance. He's come down by 1.5 on this lap. It's now 6/10 between the Aspar teammates. You can see visibly Morelli's bolted away from this chase group and off towards his teammate.
We said pre-race that this was a window of opportunity. A big opportunity for some rider to create some big headlines for themselves in this round 2 in Brazil. Over at the line we go. 26.3 from Morelli in 2nd place. Was 0.4 faster than Quiles ahead of him. He couldn't, could he? Sure, he couldn't, he can.
This is not over at the moment, far from it, as Beritamotogp now getting involved. That's the battle of the rookies for 5th. He's through Enrico Salmela, just ahead of them are Pini and Carpe. They're 4th and 3rd. What can Marco Morelli do? Of course, not a lot of time to try and close that down. We've got a lap and 3/4 remaining. The advantage is half a second.
Oh, Beritamotogp aggressive on the inside of Pini. That was real hard. He just lifted up Pini as they went through turn 4, and Pini dropped behind Carpe as well there. So Beritamotogp back up into P4. This is where he started the Grand Prix. What feels like an awful long time ago now, but he really did pick up Pini there.
Real opportunity for a podium here if he can get on terms with Carpe just up ahead of him. Fernandez back in 8th place now, and Peroni's also not got the best of this shorter restart. Peroni's back in 7th.
Yeah, just lacking confidence on that fresh rear Pirelli tyre. Pini gives a bit of payback immediately to Carpe. That was a hard move as they went through 10 and 11. Now down this sort of short straight, down on the brakes in the 30. Now it's just all about the drive that you get out of this final corner. And Morelli is closing in here on Quiles. You can just see the Aspar duo move out of your picture now. We've picked them up out of this final turn. It's Quiles then who will come over the line ahead of Morelli. We are on the last lap here of this 5-lap sprint. Quiles is trying to respond to. He's just done a 1:26.589, his best lap of the Grand Prix, but he was still 2/10 slower than Morelli behind him.
Oh, you can see how hard Quiles is pushing as well. He had a bit of movement on the front end there into the first corner. Yellow flags are out there at turn 1, but Quiles wasn't exactly under any pressure anyway. But has he got enough time here? And because it's such a short lap, has Morelli got the option on this final lap to catch Quiles and then pass it?
And here is Beritamotogp, who made this brilliant aggressive move on the last lap. Oh, block pass on Carpe going through 4. We might be on course for history here. Never has an Indonesian rider at any level finished on a World Championship podium. History beckoning for the 17-year-old Vader Beritamotogp.
And Morelli is right with Quiles too as they went through 6. So Marco Morelli, and of course the finish line is about halfway down the main straight. We know how quick Morelli is last spot, but can he slipstream his teammate meters from what seemed like a certain victory?
Well, this is a dream situation as far as the Aspar team are concerned. But Morelli is starting to smell blood here, isn't he? Morelli on course to pull off what would be a big shock at one stage in this Grand Prix. Keyless looks at the big screen there on his right-hand side as they go down through towards turn 13. He was 0.8 of a second clear. Is he going to hold on and get it over the line? We're into the final two corners now. Keyless, all he has to do is pick up the throttle at perfect.
위점 차고
just could not string the lap together.
Winning talent in the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup, Asia Talent Cup champion in 2023. He ran right that year with 9 victories, another product of the brilliant Asia Talent Cup Road to MotoGP feeder system. Of course, we saw Ayagura a couple of years ago. He's become the first ATC champion to win the Grand Prix World Championship. Well, the ATC has unearthed yet another.
Start Peronis back in 7th. And the new points leader, clearly, Max Keyless.
Fratama was hanging on for
for both Morelli and Pratama, a glimpse into the future of Moto3, but the start of right now, and the new points leader, clearly, Max Quiles.
Pratama was hanging on for dear life at the end. Carpe almost got him over the line. It was 900ths of a second between Vader Pratama and Carpe. Whoa, what a race that was. It's unfortunately back fourth place for Alvaro Carpe. Just misses out on the podium once again. First Moto3 rostrum then for Marco Morelli. It was almost his first win. He was less than a tenth and a half away from denying Quiles late on. But without any question, make no mistake, this is why Honda Team Asia was so keen to offer a World Championship break to the emerging talent of Vader Pratama, and that's how you celebrate your first ever Grand Prix podium. A massive stand-up wheelie down the back straight. He is going to be absolutely buzzing. He spoke to Jack Dinny before the start of the initial running of the Grand Prix, and have to say, he did sound very confident in his prospects in that Grand Prix. There's nothing quite like the feeling of scoring your first ever podium, but there's nothing quite like the feeling. It is that extra cherry on top of the cake to be your country's first ever Grand Prix podium finisher. I'm sure right now, throughout the whole of Indonesia, they're going completely crazy as Vader Pratama is the first Indonesian to win or to score a World Championship podium. The first of many, I'm sure. Let's go and get the thoughts of Honda Team Asia boss, Hiroshi Ayama.
Hiroshi, what an unbelievable performance by Vader. Only his second Grand Prix, the first ever Indonesian on a Grand Prix podium. This is quite the moment.
Well, he did quite well. He was quite calm in the race, you know, only 5 laps race. Could happen everything, but I think he put everything under control. He take all the chances, so he started from 10th position to finish third in these 5 laps. It's incredible, nice race.
How big of a talent is Vader?
Wow, easy to see. He has quite a big talent. Also, his mind is quite good way, so we are very happy about his potential.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Something here he sings down in Park Ferme. 1-2 for Aspar, a first podium for Vader Pratama. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Honda Team Asia boss Hiroshi Ayama. Pratama's 5th place in Buram was the best ever result in a Grand Prix by an Indonesian rider. Well, it just keeps getting better and better and better. Who knows what lies in store for Pratama? But quite clearly, I mean, this young kid is some talent. A proven race-winning talent in the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup. Asia Talent Cup champion in 2023. He ran right that year with 9 victories. Another product of the brilliant Asia Talent Cup Road to MotoGP feeder system. Of course, we saw Ayagura a couple of years ago. He's become the first ATC champion to win the Grand Prix World Championship. Well, the ATC has unearthed yet another gem, hasn't it? Vader Pratama. What a day for Southeast Asian talent. What a weekend. Hakim Danish, of course, the Malaysian, starting initially on the front row of the grid. And now Vader Pratama, the Indonesian. His first World Championship podium in just his 2nd Grand Prix start. One to watch, folks, for the future.
It's Morelli, of course, who takes 2nd in the championship. He finished up ahead of Pratama. He won't give a jot about that at the moment, will Vader. He will just be enjoying a first visit to the Grand Prix podium, the first of what are going to be several visits to a Grand Prix podium. He is the real deal, make no mistake about that, as is Max Quiles, congratulated by the MotoGP World Champion, Marc Marquez. There was a reason so many picked Max Quiles as the runaway World Championship favourite. We will never know ultimately whether he would have beaten Darren Almanza this afternoon had Almanza kept running, but that's the name of the game. Almanza crashed while under that intense pressure. That denied him the opportunity to restart, and Max Quiles took full advantage.
Yeah, and Quiles will feel like justice has been served. When the red flag came out after the Scott Ogden crash, he was 4.1 seconds clear of anybody else on circuit. Mario Adji ahead of the Moto2 race, congratulating Beritamotogp. Well, this is so sweet. The first ever Indonesian rider on a Grand Prix podium, Beritamotogp with Jack.
Vader, what a ride. In only your second Grand Prix, you are onto the podium and you become the first rider from Indonesia to ever do it. How much does this mean?
I don't know, incredible. Today, yes, I did really good job. Even before the red flag, I struggled in the race to manage the rear tire, but yeah, finally I finished top 3 in my second Grand Prix, and it was my biggest achievement right now. So yeah, for sure, I want to say thank you so much for all the Indonesian people and all the Indonesian people and all the sponsor, my family who was in Indonesia, and yeah, thank you very much. It's incredible.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
There are millions and millions of MotoGP fans right now that were watching that special moment in Grand Prix history. This was the key move. He made a couple of really hard moves into that turn 4. That was on Carpe late on. And at that stage, Beritamotogp was dreaming of the podium, but he's proof that dreams do come true. Honda Team Asia celebrating a moment of Grand Prix history. Marco Morelli on the podium in second place. Must have thought at one stage he was going to hunt down Mats Killers for the win. Let's get the thoughts of Morelli with Jack.
Marco, what a performance that was. That 5-lap dash was right up your street. I'm sure you were praying that actually it was 6 laps because your pace was phenomenal. Where did that come from to catch Max like you did?
Yeah, well, we did a fantastic job during all the weekend. We felt quite well with the bike, and in the FP2 we work a lot this, no? So the feeling was good, but the problem is when we start the first race, let's say, I was not feeling well on the back. I lose the grip in the second lap already, and was super difficult to manage, no? But to be honest, was a bit of luck. Have the red flag for me, and we put the new tire on the back, and was completely different. And this was the pace I had during all the weekend, no? Obviously, I pushed not 100%, maybe 200%, because have a maximum in front. Was super difficult to catch. I did it, but it's not only catch, it's also pass. And to be honest, he's a fantastic rider, so he put the race so difficult. But first podium, I'm super happy also for the Argentinian flag. Here close to the country, and yeah, I'm super happy, and thank you for all the team.
Brilliant ride. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Indonesian fans are thrilled with Beritamotogp. Argentina fans here in South America are going to be delighted with Marco Morelli's performance. He was not even a 10th and a half away from being the first Argentinian in history ever to win a lightweight world championship race. You feel, based on that performance, his time will certainly come. But Marc Marquez knows just how good that performance was by Mats Killers to keep his cool, keep his composure in that 5-lap sprint from pole position, putting behind the disappointments of the red flag, which cost him a 4.1 second lead. He's back on the top step of the podium once again. His first win of 2026. Max Killers, your winner with Jack.
Max, huge congratulations. The first win of 2026, bouncing back from Thailand. I'm sure you were bitterly frustrated to see the red flag. So how did you regain your concentration, and how did you hold off your teammate who was charging up towards you in those final laps?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed because of the red flag, but hopefully everybody was okay. So yeah, I say I'm going to try to push that. I felt really good behind Almanza. And yeah, that's what I did from the beginning. I pushed as hard as I can. I did some greens to gain some speed, you know. And it was great, you know. I'm really happy for Marco that it's his first podium, as well for Veda, a really good friend of me, for the first podium. I'm so happy. Yeah. Samba do Brasil.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Some Samba celebrations, I'm sure, coming from our race winner, Max Killers. And like he said there, he's such a gent, isn't he? Such a sportsman, offering his congratulations to debut podium finishers for Morelli and Beritamotogp. He knows the emotions that those two are going through right now, having secured his first podium in the World Championship last year. He was riding brilliantly, as he said. He felt comfortable, he felt okay, felt good in the groove in that initial run behind Almanza. Whatever Jorge Martinez Aspar's instructions were to both Quiles and Morelli before that 5-lap dash, well, there were some words of wisdom, weren't they, from the boss, as they celebrate a 1-2 for CF Moto Gaviota Aspar.
Good day for his squad so far, hasn't it? They are 1 and 2 on the grid for the upcoming Moto2 battle 2 and 1-2 at the end of Moto3.
En el LAS me ha marcado 26. 3-2 ha hecho. 26-1. ¿Yo cuánto? 3-2. Yo 3-26.
Well, just as it was over in Thailand, it's a golf buggy trip back to the podium. Guido Pini. He's had a very productive Sunday, a very productive day on the Leopard Honda. After yesterday's 16th place on the grid in qualifying, a couple of big old crashes as well this weekend for Pini. He comes out of it with a 5th place. He was only just over a 10th of a second actually behind Beritamotogp. Beritamotogp, as mentioned, he was really hanging on at the end for that podium. There was Carpe, there was Pini, there was Salmela that were right in the hunt behind him. Good rides in that top 6. Pini 5th, Salmela's 1st, top 6. Good weekend, a very solid weekend for the Finnish rider. Max Quiles is part of the Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez stable, which tells you everything you need to know about the talents of that young man. 18 years of age, a crash at turn 6 in Q2, a red flag when he was 4.1 seconds clear of the field. Nothing though seems to knock Quiles out of his stride, out of his focus, as he takes victory. Our first Grand Prix winner in Brazil in 22 years. Special emotions are well coming up on the team Asia, and a very special podium indeed, given the historic significance of it.
Jorge Martinez Aspar wants to take in every moment of this with both of his young talents alongside him on the podium. 3rd place. Get used to this feeling, Vader. You're going to be doing this a lot in your Grand Prix career. A 1st podium for Indonesia in Grand Prix racing and in Moto3 for Vader Pratama. 2nd for Argentina and Aspar is Marco Morelli. So close in the end, wasn't he, to mugging his teammate on the line, but nothing was going to deny Max Quiles today. All sorts thrown at him. The hot early pace of David Almanza, the red flag which brought his 4-second runaway lead to a screeching halt. But despite all of that, he stood tall. Pratama on the podium behind an Aspar 1-2, Quiles from Morelli. Pratama, a historic 1st podium in 3rd ahead of Alvaro Carpe, who was denied on the final lap. Pini 5th ahead of Rico Salmela. Shout out for him in just his 2nd Grand Prix, taking 6th ahead of his teammate Valentin Peroni, who went back to 7th from the front row. Fernandez 8th from O'Gorman and Danish. Uriarte 11th ahead of Kelso Cruces, Yamanaka, and another World Championship point. 2nd Grand Prix now for Eddie O'Shea. 18 finishers. Of course, 4 of those did not restart. Esteban and, of course, notably Almanza crashed before the restart. Almanza, of course, was leading. Max Quiles, though, now leading the World Championship as a result of that. 45 points from a possible 50, and already 17 clear of his teammate Marco Morelli. Pratama up to 3rd. Carpe stays 4th. Of course, leapfrogs Almanza, who drops 4 places today, having crashed from the lead. Peroni also dropped out the order. He's now 6th. KTM, of course, leading the constructor standings by 23 points. Vader Pratama, of course, has been top Honda in both Grand Prix so far. And in the team standings, CF Moto Aspar with a 33-point cushion already over Red Bull, KTM, IO. Dyna drop 3 places today, having not scored with their one rider who travelled here to Brazil. some highlights. Of course, this was the first start of this Brazilian Grand Prix. We made 14 laps in before we had to call a halt to proceedings. Joel Esteban going from a maiden pole position in the Moto3 class. A roller coaster few laps he had. Initially dropping back from the lead that he carried into the first quarter. Really getting beaten up was the young Catalan on the first lap. Quiles, who stormed through from 11th place on the grid to take Esteban was on a charge mission back up the order until that moment. A violent high side for the pole sitter. Took him out of the proceedings just as he was back into the podium spot. The top two were streaking clear. Peroni holding third place, but the leading pair were some 4 seconds off the road. That leading pair, though, became just one as Almanza high-sliding coming out of turn 4, losing any hope to challenge Quiles for a second victory out of 2. The crash for Scott Ogden. Just a couple of laps later, the race was halted. Almanza, though, ineligible to take part in the 5-lap sprint. Max Quiles started exactly where he left the previous incarnation of this Brazilian Grand Prix, storming into a fairly comfortable lead as the battle raged behind him for second place. Rios and Bertelli, though, wouldn't make it past turn 4 at the restart. Patama launching his bid for a first career podium with a move on the last lap to take Carpe. While this was going on, the Aspar duo were closing together with Morelli launching a late challenge to try and deny Max Quiles' victory. In the end, there was little to separate them out of the final quarter, but Quiles had enough in hand to take his first victory of 2026. Maiden podiums for both Morelli and Patama right behind him. History made in Moto3 in Brazil. Quiles, though, takes your World Championship lead as we head to Austin next weekend. Of course, the place where Quiles made his debut last year. Moto2 is on the way next.
South America's biggest country hosts the biggest talent on 2 wheels as Brazil makes a welcome return to the MotoGP calendar. We're in the vibrant city of Goiânia, based right in the heart of central West Brazil, where samba and speed combine to deliver a dramatic day of high-octane action. It's round 2 in 2026. It's time to race in MotoGP. There is downtown Goiânia, a city which has not featured on the MotoGP World Championship calendar in 37 long years, all the way back to 1989. But we are back in Brazil, and already so far this weekend we have been back with an almighty bang. A brilliant MotoGP qualifying session yesterday saw Fabio Di Gianantonio qualify and pole in the Premier class for just the second time in his career. The Italian then having a sprint-long duel with Marc Marquez before the defending world champion on the factory Ducati took his 16th sprint victory and the first of 2026 as he looks to be an 8-time MotoGP world champion. What a welcome we have had back here in Brazil. Scorching hot Sunday race day here, as we're about a 75-minute flight away from Sao Paulo. Much of the paddock will be heading back south to Sao Paulo tonight before they plot their way from south to North America for the Austin Grand Prix in Texas next weekend. But in the company of Matt Burt and Lewis Sotheby, with Jack Appleyard once again down in what is a scorching, baking hot pit lane, we now focus on Moto2. Under blazing sunshine and blue skies, we will see Danny Holgado launch himself away from pole position on the Aspar Calyx machine. A great delayed qualifying. In fact, the Moto2 riders, of course, have already been very, very busy, haven't they, on this race day Sunday? Because in our revised weekend schedule, the Moto2 riders have already been out on circuit today here in Goiânia for their qualifying. A qualifying which some 40% of ages saw him go from the front of the grid in Thailand, where he qualified on pole position, to the back. Starting 28th is the Australian. Pole though went to Danny Holgado, and Aspar 1-2 with his teammate David Alonso on the front row. And what about this in this morning's Q2 action? Clint Racing Team forward chassis rider Alex Escreege finding himself on the front row for the very first time in his Grand Prix career. After the sprint we had in Beritamotogp, after the multiple red flags, a bit of a chaotic start to kick off Moto2 in 2026 over in Thailand. Manu Gonzalez did eventually take the victory, but half points, of course, were eventually rewarded. So Manu Gonzalez comes into this second Grand Prix of the season. 12.5 points he collected after his much-needed win to kick off 2026 after 2025, of course, ended in such disappointing fashion for the Spanish rider. So we get our first Moto2 Grand Prix action here in Brazil. As always, looking forward to this one. A couple of hot young prospects, potentially MotoGP bound in 2027, Lewis, alongside each other on that front row. Holgado, Alonso, maybe a surprise naming Alex Escreege up there as well. Gonzalez, Angel Vaqueros and Colin Vaya coming from row 2. This one should be spicy to go with the Samba.
Really exciting stuff, this. The championship battle many expected coming into 2026. So many expected to be between Danny Holgado and David Alonso, so this could potentially be about much more than just 25 points as we look at the reigning Moto2 world champion and the toast of Goiânia at the moment, isn't he? Diogo Moreira, adored in this part of the world. But the front row of the grid, very long, a lot of blue, isn't there, on the front row of the grid, with Aspar and the Clint forward blue. Here is Alex Escreege, who joins that Aspar pair. Surprising as much as it is his first front row start, but we've seen enough from testing and even in Beritamotogp to suggest that this forward is a much more potent combination in 2026.
Diogo Moreira looks really nervous, doesn't he? It looks like the pressure's getting to him ahead of his MotoGP race here in front of his home crowd in Brazil. The complete opposite. He really is a cool cookie, isn't he? Diogo Moreira. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in the upcoming 31-lap MotoGP race, which is due for lights out at 3 p.m. local time here in Brazil. So Danny Holgado, the 20-year-old Spaniard, 5th pole position in his last 10 starts in the Moto2 World Championship. A brilliant 120.711 earlier on this morning in that delayed Q2 session, which already, I've got to say, feels like an awful long time ago. Lewis and my colleague Kiko Giles and Elliot York denied their extra hour of a lie-in this morning after yesterday's schedule spilled over into this morning's action. It was really, really close on that qualifying which you commentated on this morning, Lewis. The top 5 riders, down from Holgado, who we're looking at on screens now, to Angel Vaqueros, the rookie, very impressive in 5th place, covered by just 900ths of a second. Yeah, it's such a short lap, of course, 3.8 kilometres. Moto2 is so unforgiving at the best of times, particularly at a short circuit such as that
Honda Team Asia, of course, so much focus on them already this weekend. What are their chances in Moto2? Equal career best for Mario Aggi, who starts 9th. He's talking to Jack.
Yeah, Mario started 2026 in fine form so far. Back onto the third row of the grid again. How do you anticipate this race unfolding, Mario?
Yeah, we've been there since the first day. Actually, I felt great since the winter test, but in Thailand we couldn't bring the result yet on Sunday. So important that we are competitive in any condition, and the team gave me a good package. Also, we made such a huge improvement from last season. The target now is to have a good pace and deliver the result on the race weekend, on the race day. So yeah, we need to keep this momentum till the end of the season. That's the hardest thing, to keep this level. And yeah, let's see what I can do today. And yeah.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda Team Asia rider Mario Aggi. Just a moment to pause and reflect and offer our deepest condolences from the entire MotoGP community. We're a very, very close-knit family as we cross to the four corners of the globe. I'm sure many of you tuning in at home were aware of some tragic news that emerged from the Liquid Moly Dynavol Intact GP squad after our opening Grand Prix in Buriram. Mechanic Senna, a very, very popular figure in the paddock, Roberto Ludade, sadly lost his life in a motorcycle accident at home in Rimini, affectionately known as Robbie to all those who knew him, the mechanic for Enea Bastianini when he won the Moto2 World Championship in 2020. Our thoughts and our prayers go to the family and friends of Roberto.
Let's head down to the grid. Second row of the grid is where we find Colin Vire. He's 6th and he's speaking to Jack.
Yeah, the Dutchman, another rider who started 2026 in fine form so far. This is going to be a long race going into the unknown in the heat. How do you feel ahead of it, Colin?
Yeah, at laps already feels strange always in this heat. So, on the sighting laps you never feel anything. So yeah, we go straight into the race with at least a qualifying in the morning. But yeah, it's going to be a very long race, 26 laps in the heat, as you said. Yeah, long race. I try to stay calm in the first moments and yeah, try to find my way up and try to fight at least for the top positions.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Colin Vire of that very impressive crop of rookies that came into Moto2 last year, including our top two on the grid, Danny Helgado and David Alonso. Colin Vire in that bracket as well. He really is starting to find his feet in this intermediate world championship, isn't he, Vire? 5th time we see him start inside the top 6. And speaking of impressive rookies from last year, well, let's talk in the present about rookies. Angel Becerras, who I thought really caught the eye in Buriram. Awesome performance, 5th on the grid. Keep an eye on Becerras. Keep an eye on the back of the front row as well, because for the first time he starts inside the top 3. Can he keep himself there? That will be, I'm sure, master plan A. Alex Escrees joins Jack.
Alex, what a job this morning onto the front row for the very first time. I'm sure you're excited to get this one underway. What's possible here?
For sure we can fight in the first positions, but anyway, the goal is to improve, to learn. We are growing, but we are competitive, so we will try to approach that opportunity. But anyway, as I said, we are competitive. I feel confident, so try to be in the front, to learn, to see that guy how they move here. So we will try to do our best and to get that opportunity.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Alex Escrees. Congratulations to him and the Forward Racing team on their front row start here in Brazil. We just saw there Celestino Vietti going from the middle of the 3rd row in 8th place. He's one position behind Alonso Lopez. The Spaniards had a pretty good weekend so far here in Brazil. Starting 7th, there he is, for the Gresini squad. His best qualifying in 22 since round 2 last year, when he was also 7th here in South America, in Argentina, at Termas de Rio Hondo.
Vietti, the top Boscoscuro on the grid. Here's a rider who's discarded the Boscoscuro in the last year for a Calix, Alonso Lopez, and initially getting some pretty good results out proud of it, equaling his best drive results of 2025 with a 7th place last time out. 4th on the grid, and at the very back where we find the two intact riders, and without a mistake in qualifying, maybe Manu Gonzalez might have been on pole position, but he does start 4th, and Tom Luthi is giving some thoughts now with Jack.
Yeah, Manu's pace looked absolutely superb in the free practice session yesterday. As now World Championship leader, to have that victory last time out, what are the confidence levels like going into this one, Tom?
I think nothing changed on the confidence level from Manu. It's very high. It's super high, actually. In the qualifying this morning was just a small mistake. What happened? And otherwise, he would be even on the front row and on the pole position. So he know that as well. He said after the quali, okay, shit happens. The pace is still there. I think it's all good for the race. Just the only thing is it's quite hot. It's the hottest session from all the weekend. So we are wondering a bit what happened with the tires.
Thanks, Tom. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Lick and Moly boss Tom Luthi. Wherever Dennis Onju goes, in his slipstream or vice versa, is a World Superbike champion Toprak Razgatlioglu. Those two joined at the hip, aren't they, as they travel the world in the Grand Prix World Championship. A bit of work to do, you have to say, today for the Turk on the Alpine VDS Racing Team Boscoscuro. Onju at the wrong end of that Q2 this morning. He goes from 18th place.
Miserable session for the Martin VDS team this morning. His teammate Aaron Canet all the way down in 25th place on the grid, so any hope of points seems quite a remote one for him. Tony Arbolino there on screen, of course, a former Martin VDS rider, was fastest on Friday here at the Ayrton Senna circuit in Goiânia. Couldn't quite back that up this morning in qualifying. Arbolino lines up intact.
BMW safety guard then peels away at the front. Who's going to be getting that whole shot in a few moments' time in our first Moto2 action ever to take place, of course, here on Brazilian soil. It's scorching hot temperatures here at the Autódromo Internacional de Goiânia, Ayrton Senna. It's quite fitting we're back in Brazil on the weekend that would have been the Brazilian motorsport legend's 66th birthday. Mario Aggi then going from 9th place. We've already heard him of his pre-race thoughts to Jack there down on the grid. Aggi looking in fine fettle at the start of this season. It's back-to-back 9th places on the grid for the Indonesian.
It's been fast in both wet and dry conditions so far this weekend, has Aggi. Of course, as I mentioned earlier on, he equalled his best qualifying from a 3 week ago in Buriram, where of course he didn't convert it because he crashed in the early stages. So Aggi, who was regretting the fact that he didn't bring the team the result he felt they deserved in Buriram, he has a chance to atone for that here.
We just saw there Danny Holgado, race winner in Moto2 last year in both Catalunya and at the mobility resort Motegi in Japan. So this is a new scenario, new territory as far as Alex Escrig is concerned in his 49th Grand Prix start. First time he finds himself starting on the front row of the grid. And then it's the two young Spanish hotshots, David Alonso, former Moto3 world champion, going from 2nd. Alongside him is the Aspar teammate Danny Holgado. Brilliant performance in qualifying this morning to lead the field away from pole position. Can Holgado convert that pole into another win here in Brazil?
It's Aspar versus Aspar on the front row for the Moto2 Grand Prix of Brazil. Danny Holgado from a 5th Moto2 pole ahead of David Alonso equals his best Moto2 qualifying. Alex Escrig, his best ever, a first front row in 3rd. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez 4th after a late error in Q2. Angel Piqueras and Colin Vaya on an exciting 2nd row. Alonso Lopez 7th from Celestino Vietti, the top Boscoscuro, and Mario Aggi equaling his career best in 9th. Tony Arbolino was fastest on Friday. He lines up on 10th ahead of Danny Munoz and Ivan Ortola. 2nd in the championship, Ethan Guevara has to come from 13th on the grid ahead of 2 Q1 graduates in Barry Baltas and Sergio Garcia. Joe Roberts has a long lap penalty from 16th. He's ahead of his teammate Philip Salach and Denis Onchu. Ayumu Sasaki and Taya Furusato together on the 7th row ahead of the back from injury Adrian Huertas. Zonta van den Gorberg also has a long lap penalty from 22nd ahead of Dennis Hodge, who's in for the injured Luca Lanetta. Ferrandez, Canet, Navarro and Jose Antonio Rueda next up, with the pole sitter in Buriram starting for the opposite end of the grid this time with Senna Agius at the back.
So a helicopter shot picks up this magnificent magnificent aerial view, a bird's eye view of this Autódromo Internacional, Ayrton Senna. Ambient temperatures now, although it is partly cloudy, you can see a bit of that cloud cover covering turns 3 and 4. It has crept up though to a pretty punishing 30 degrees. Track temperature soaring to over a sizzling 50 degrees right now. Some of that cloud cover might be most welcome for some of these riders over what is scheduled to be a very, very long 26-lap race here. Hopefully the opposite of what we saw in Beritamotogp, which was the shortest Moto2 race and the shortest ever intermediate World Championship race in history. Manu Gonzalez taking the victory over in Thailand after just 31.878 kilometres of racing. He'll be hoping for the same result, but maybe slightly more laps under his belt on the Dynavolt intact Calyx machine here today.
And more points for it.
And more points, yes, of course. Initially thought he was going to get the full 25 before that was revised, and half points eventually rewarded after our season opener. It was just good they wanted to see Manu Gonzalez back on the top step of the podium. Of course, he ended a very, very long drought. His first win in 14 since Mugello last year. It was his first podium in 9 Grand Prix since the Balaton Park in Hungary. It was a bit of a spectacular collapse late on last year, wasn't it? In that battle he was raging with Diogo Moreira. Just getting himself ready, pumping the brakes to get some temperature in those discs is both Holgado and Alonso. Who's going to get bragging rights on the plane to Austin inside that Valencia-based Aspar garage? Alonso then comes to the middle of the front row of the grid.
Problems for Yumi Sasaki already. He's straight in the pits at the end of the warm-up lap.
Nightmare then for Yuma Sasaki. What a disaster for the Japanese rider. This Brazilian Grand Prix is going to get underway, minus the Japanese rider, former runner-up in the Moto3 World Championship, of course. Green flag then has cleared at the back here in Goiânia. 26 laps coming your way. Lights out, we're racing in Moto2 here in Brazil. It's a really good start for pole position by Danny Holgado. Look at Alex Escrezo firing away on the Ford machine. Escrezo's going to get the whole shot here. Down on that long one into the first corner. Alonso Lopez has been a fast starter as well. Going a long, long way around the outside. Is that Tony Arbolino? Arbolino is right towards the car park. But from his first front row, leading for the first time in Moto2, is Escrezo.
I think Guevara was trying to do the same thing as Arbolino around the outside. That's Danny Munoz up into second place. He's come all the way back from the fourth row as well. 11th, straight up to second.
Now that is what you call the fairy tale start as far as Danny Munoz is concerned. He must have actually judged those lights to absolute perfection. He's up there in second place. Well, maybe just keep an eye on whether there's any kind of jump starts just to cover it off. But Munoz now is sensing a chance to lead here, trying to cut that tight inside line through 6 and 7. Escrezo still leads early on.
So David Alonso came to the first sector in 10th place. He's now back up to 8th, so he's gained a couple. Gonzalez was one of the faster starters, but just got swallowed up on the brakes into turn 1. So Gonzalez ended up dropping a place to 5th.
Arbolino came from the head of the fourth row in 10th place. He was briefly in seconds. He went the long way round. He took the long route through the first corner. He did well actually to keep himself inside that top 6 on the 14 bike. Lap 1 about to be completed as Alonso starts to recover lost ground. That's him through on Vietti going through 13 and 14. Lap 1, our first ever Moto2 lap in the books in here in Brazil, and it'll be led by Alex Escrezo.
It's been a long time since I've seen so many changes of position on the first lap of a race, because we've got Alonso back to 7th, Piqueras, who was 5th on the grid, he's all the way back to 12th, so the front starters plummeted backwards, and we've got a leader in Escrezo in the front row. Munoz, as you can see, they're up 9 places, Lopez up 3, Arbolino up 4, but of course he gained more than those before he sailed wide at turn 1.
Getting worse for Piqueras. He's just been picked off by Guevara. Guevara on that first lap made no progress. Started in P13, finished it in P13, but he is now starting to make forward progress up into 12th. Holgado, always contact there further down. That's Ortola, was it maybe, with Vietti?
Yeah, Vietti wide as it is. And it's so hard, of course, on that by the restaurant to find your way back in, as Munoz now seizes the lead for the first time for Italtrans. The 17 now leads the 11.
Coming from 11th place on the grid here is Danny Munoz then in the lead. He has had a podium finish, of course, in Catalonia last year, but this is very, very unfamiliar territory as far as the Italtrans rider is concerned. What has Escrezo got in response? He's now coming under big pressure from the pole sitter Holgado in 3rd.
And to answer the question earlier on, confirmation on our time screens, there were no jump starts. So Tani Munoz is there purely on merit.
Yeah, he absolutely got the perfect launch, and then he off the line into turn 6 we go. That's a lovely move. There was room there, there was ample room there, but you're still going to take it, and Munoz took it and a little bit more. Over the other line we go, on to lap 3 of 26. Holgado fires himself up into second place with a bit of slipstream there down this long start finish straight. Nothing that Screech can do. Holgado now for the P2.
Already the top 3 with a bit of distance for themselves, and Gonzalez, who now runs 4th, having passed Lopez on that last lap. He needs to close up to that leading trio as quickly as he can. Guevara is now into the top 10. Of course, the rider second in the World Championship. He also passed Mario Aggi on that lap.
He's not normally a rider, Holgado, who...
Victory.
Alonso's so awesome on coming out of turn 12, gets great dry grip, and he's pulling on the brakes in the 13. He picked off Vietti at the end of the first lap going into 13. This time around, his victim is Lopez. So now Alonso is starting to work his way firmly back into this podium battle. Hopefully his next victim will be Gonzalez. Lopez is running wide there on the brakes into the first corner. Just look at the gap that already Holgado is trying to establish here at the front of this Grand Prix. Gonzalez and Alonso are going to want to try and get through on Munoz and Escreech pretty quick here, because they're just seeing Holgado just trying to make a bit of a crucial early break.
Yeah, Gonzalez is 6/10 off the lead, Alonso 8/10 off the lead, so they're now behind the forward of Escreech, and it's Gonzalez that wants to go forwards at this stage of the Grand Prix. He can almost reach out and touch Alex Escreech up ahead of us in the battle for third place. Of course, a podium position that Alex Escreech has never been in before.
We've already had 2 first-time leaders in their Grand Prix career here today, Munoz and Escreech, but a serial front-runner is Danny Holgado. This is where he loves to be. We saw how good he was at the front for so long in both Catalunya and Japan last year. Jorge Navarro, unfortunately, Alex Escreech's teammate, has bailed out here in Brazil, so we've lost one of the Clint Forward racing riders. Luckily walking away from that incident at turn 6 is the hugely experienced Spaniard.
I'd like to get a look at the moment that cost Munoz the lead. This is the moment that cost Navarro his participation in this Grand Prix. Hopefully that bike didn't make it all the way to the air fence and puncture it. Otherwise we might have a stoppage to this race, as Alonso is now shaping up for a move on Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez wanting to go forwards. Instead he's going backwards as Alonso takes 4th place.
Fair play to Munoz in 2nd place. He's one of 2 riders in this Grand Prix in the 121s. The only other is your race leader, Danny Holgado. 121.9s, those 2 exchange. We're riding on board then now with your World Championship leader coming into this Brazil round, Manu Gonzalez. He's just been picked off by Alonso. Alonso then now setting about getting himself back inside that top 3. What can Gonzalez do in terms of retaliation? Bit of a gap then between this top 5 and Lopez in 6th place. That gap a second, or 9/10 of a second. Arbolino via Ortola. Guevara's your top 10. Angel Piqueras has just picked off Mariaggi for 11.
Alonso made a bit of a reputation last year, didn't he, as the master on old tyres late in Grand Prix. So Alonso will be thinking, just stay in contention here, keep myself in the race, and hope that my advantage late in Grand Prix begins to come into play. Holgado, fortunately for Alonso, is not getting too far up the road yet.
Senna, just a quick check on the Aussie, who started right at the back of this pack. He's worked his way up into 21st place now as Aegis. Further back down the point scoring places, we've got the likes of Barry Bautas, who's had a bit of a poor start with 2026, you have to say, given just how awesome he was throughout 2025. I mean, look at the rider, was 3rd in the World Championship last year. At the moment, Bautas is down in 15th place.
It's all kicking off here. This is Via taking Arbolino. Behind them, we've got Guevara passing Ortola, who was the rider involved in that early incident that's forced Vietti back down the order. So progress being made in this chase group. Arbolino back through though on Via, but that's Guevara now up into 9th spot.
Holgado is posing some big questions here of that chasing pack. He did just send the fastest lap of this Grand Prix. Another 121.9 from Holgado. 121.920, fastest lap of the race. But once again, successive laps where Munoz has matched him. He's going toe-to-toe. They're both fastest rider on the circuit, both in the 121s. As Guevara then now sends it on the inside of, is that Lopez? Or yeah, Lopez.
That's Lopez down now to 9th place. He was momentarily second, wasn't he, on the run down to the first corner. And Autódromo also going to take advantage. The two MSI riders now taking some punishment, although Autódromo didn't get his braking remotely right there, did he, for turn 10. So he now drops back behind Adji, so he's down to 12th.
Yeah, he missed the racing line there by a country mile, didn't he? Autódromo. Back at the front then, Holgado. What about the lap times? We've seen successive 121s for both Holgado and Munoz. That hot pace at the front, you've got to give credit to Escrees there for hanging right into this podium battle. He's not really giving Alonso and Gonzalez a sniff of getting on his rear tyre at the moment, is he, Escrees? Right on cue. At the moment, Escrees' last lap was actually quicker than both Holgado and Munoz ahead of him. Munoz and Holgado back in the 22s themselves. Fastest rider out on circuit, though, is Escrees in third.
More places lost for Alonso Lopez. He saw one MSI rider go past him and then sail wide. Angel Piqueras did not make that same mistake as he now moves up into 9th. Guevara looking to make some further progress up the order, clearly with much more pace than his qualifying position of 13th, as he now targets a place in the top 6.
Yeah, that big mistake at turn 10 on the last lap for Autódromo saw him slip down to 12th place. The early contact with Vietti, he's not really made any progress further forward in 13th. Points for Garcia and Baltas. Onju in 16th place. Here is Manu Gonzalez. This battle for 4th place is kind of as you were, isn't it, in terms of this top 5. It's kind of settled down in this league group at the front of this battle here in Brazil. The gap between Gonzalez and Arbolino in 6th, that's creeping up. That's going to be 1.5 seconds very, very quickly. So it looks like it's 3 from 5 for the podium here in Goiânia.
Arbolino with a bit of a queue up behind him, behind the rider riding on board. We've got a crash though for Angel Piqueras. Unfortunately, so much potential in the first two races of his career, but unfortunately, no finishes.
Yeah, he's got the speed, no question. He's just lacking that experience, isn't he? So Piqueras bites the dust once again, just as he did in Buram. Likewise here in Brazil. Once again, Munoz, 122 flat, 3/10 quicker almost on that last lap than Holgado. But Holgado, we saw it before, he's so good in this very position. It's very rare you really see lapses of concentration at all, as this is where Angel Piqueras gets it all wrong, going through turn 11.
It's not a good corner for MSI, that in consecutive laps. Of course, Autódromo did continue, but it was just as he rejoined the racetrack, jumping over that curve, the bike unsettled, and Piqueras, it goes down.
And it looks like at the moment, this pace at the front's just a little bit too hot, a tad too rapid for Manu Gonzalez, who's just dropping off the back of Alonso there, although there was a bit of a mistake for Alonso as he squeezed the power on, going through 8 and 9. Yeah, you can just see there that's the biggest gap we've seen as Guevara on the inside of his former Pramac colleague Tony Arbolino.
So let's see now with Guevara up into 6th place, so he's now leading that second group. Can he make any kind of inroads in the riders up ahead of him? Of course, the next rider ahead of him is the rider who beat him to victory in Buram 3 weeks ago, Manu Gonzalez.
Holgado just keeping Munoz at arm's length here. Munoz not been able to get within sort of striking distance over the last sort of 4 or 5 laps. That gap now is as big as it has been in this whole Grand Prix. 3.5 tenths is Holgado's advantage. They power down. Tricky downhill braking zone now. Trail braking through this long radius right-hander. Escrees in 3rd still. He's got 8 tenths there on Alonso. Alonso and Gonzalez just getting a little bit dropped off the pace here, aren't they? That was a mid-122 from Alonso and a 122.6 from Gonzalez, which at the moment is not cutting it.
No, they're going to be reversing back towards Guevara if they're not careful. Guevara was quicker than them on a 22.3 on the last lap, and that was even while overtaking both Arbolino and Via. So clearly the 28 on the Boscoscura has pace. Gonzalez now trying to get a move on and passing Alonso. This is not the Grand Prix we're expecting from the Colombian.
Well, I mean, he sort of charged his way back from sort of as low as 10th place, didn't he, early on? I think Manu Gonzalez just sort of taps his left buttock there, and it's just a little tap on the C unit and said, I think I have got the pace to drag us back towards Holgado, Munoz and Escrees, so let's not duff each other up, let's be smart, let's box clever, and let's crack on for this podium.
And David Alonso is one clever cookie. I think he's friends with just about everyone. How could you not like David Alonso? So maybe he's going to take that instruction on board and say, OK, Manu, I'm going to put my faith in you here that you can drag us up towards the top 2. It's got a bit of work to do, though, because Gonzalez is now a 2.5 adrift of Escrees in 3rd.
Yeah, you can't discount Guevara here now with a bit of clear tarmac ahead of Ethan Guevara, who really has stood up over the last few months or so and shown the clear promise of potential, which we know was there in his Moto2 career. You don't win Moto3 World Challenges like he did in 2022 without being blessed with some serious talent. A bit of a slow burner, to say the least, wasn't he, when he first arrived in Moto2, but he's figured it out. It's going to be fascinating here to see, having got through on Via and Arbolino, just what damage Guevara can do in the second half of this Grand Prix.
Looking overhead from the aerial shot now of the leading three. Daniel Holgado continuing to lead this Grand Prix, so comfortable in these kind of situations. He's got riders behind him, not used to necessarily being in that position. Munoz, of course, does have a career podium. Barcelona last year when he finished in third, but this is uncharted territory for Alex Escreech running in third.
Further down the order, just out of your picture behind Via, a big gap from Via down to Alonso Lopez, who was aggressive at the start, but he is fading pretty dramatically. Ortola 10th, Vietti 11th, Agi is down in 12th, Garcia, Baltus, and now Tayo Furusato on course of potentially his first Moto2 World Championship points. Furusato and Huertas have worked their through on Dennis Onju, who now has slipped behind Ferrandez as well. Onju's dropped back to 18th place. What about Aaron Canet, who had an absolute disaster this morning in qualifying? We expect him to be a serious title contender this year. Canet started 25th, Canet 21st. Absolute nightmare so far for the Spaniard.
Yeah, he's been passed by Senna, who of course has come from last on the grid. He's in P21, Canet now 22nd in this Grand Prix, doing mid-23s. He's a second and a half off the race leading pace. Manu Gonzalez having given that message to Alonso to follow him. I've got the pace to tow us up to the group. At the moment he doesn't. He's only matching the leading three, not catching.
They're riding out their ski at the moment, Munoz and Escreech, but it's just not good enough to keep tabs on Holgado on the last lap. Couple of tenths quicker than Munoz in second, about a tenth and a half faster than Escreech in third, and that's why this lead is just creeping up corner by corner, lap by lap, over the line as we move on to lap 11 of 26. Still not even got anywhere near half race distance. Holgado leads it by nearly 7 tenths.
Guevara is starting to join that Gonzalez-Alonso battle now. He's within 7 tenths of them in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Holgado on course, as it stands at the moment, of course, to take the World Championship lead, given the hard-point situation we had in Buriram. 25 points on offer now for Danny Holgado if he stays where he is. And at the moment, the likeliest challenges for him are stuck back in 4th and 5th, with no real inroads being made at the moment by Gonzalez or Alonso.
Yeah, this lead is building. It's really swinging the momentum towards Danny Holgado at the moment. Over the line, he's now nearly 9 tenths clear of the pursuing pack. And it's still Munoz just about resisting this race-long pressure so far, being exerted on him from Escreech. You can already see there some wheel spin through the turn 2 on the trolley rear tyre of Holgado. Gonzalez and Alonso, well, Alonso in particular is really struggling at the moment. He's down to a 122.7. Fair play to Guevara. 11 laps on those Pirelli tyres, and he's in the 121s again. Brilliant, this by Guevara. He's all over now, David Alonso. We did not see Alonso slump coming like this at all.
No, expect him to be stronger the longer this race got on. He's actually getting weaker and slower as this race goes on. And it's the fact that not only is Guevara queuing up behind Alonso, but Arbolino's there too. And Colin Via's not too far off the back of the number 14 either. So this could go from bad to worse for David Alonso. He's currently running 5th, but if he's not careful, he'll soon be running 8th.
Do we need to dangle a big question mark next to Guevara's name? Just how much of the pace he's running at this stage of the Grand Prix is taken out of those Pirelli tyres underneath him. We've spoken to both Pirelli and Michelin throughout this weekend, and they say in all 3 Grand Prix they were expecting a fairly significant drop-off, particularly through the right-hand. There's 9 right-hand corners here in Brazil. Long radius corners like turns 1 and 2, the fastest corner, turn 3, and then on the right-hand side of the tyre for a long time through 13 and 14. What about Guevara's pace? Yeah, now he's back in the 122s, 122.3. Just settling his pace a little bit now as Alonso ahead of him. He's back down to a 122.4. It's now Daniel Munoz in second, who's back in the 121s and saying, OK, Holgado, what have you got?
Well, all riders are on the same combination of tyres, soft front and rear. Guevara so quick through turn 3 there. He almost ran into the back of Alonso by the time they arrived at Alonso through those longer corners. Looks like he's struggling a little bit for grip on the edge of the tyre, and it's now bringing Guevara right into play. Alonso doing 22.4s. He's still not got anything like race-leading pace. He's now 3.5 seconds behind his race-leading teammate.
And he got himself into the point scoring places. Furusato on the last lap was in the 23s. Not sure if the Japanese rider made a mistake or if he's suffering with some other kind of issues, but Furusato's lost 15th to Huertas. Good battle this, really good battle. Alonso and Guevara being heavily tipped to be part of the MotoGP grid in 2027 when we kick off the Pirelli tyre era, we kick off the new 850cc powered era in the MotoGP World Championship. Where did Alonso go for those 3 or 4 laps where his pace really did slacken off? And now Holgado and Munoz are in the 121s. That's back-to-back 121 laps here for Danny Munoz. He's keeping his pretty ties together pretty well.
And Gonzalez still making no dent whatsoever in the 3 up ahead of him. He's still in a rather lonely 4th place, doing 22.1s, which is faster than the group behind him, but slower than the 3 ahead of him. And they'll be starting to get a bit excited down at the Clint factory team, won't they, with a Screech leading an increasingly comfortable 3rd place.
Yeah, he looks very, very comfortable, doesn't he? What a weekend. What a weekend in South America it could be for a forward racing. With the first ever front row start for a Screech, and he looks so good, doesn't he? He really has adapted to this Brazil circuit so well. Well, the door was wide open there, wasn't it, for Guevara through 6 and 7. It would have been rude not to have taken that move, wouldn't it?
He's got such a good run through the fast left hand
on the curve there, though.
As he clips the curve. He's don't get too excited here, Ethan, because he's cleared. He got the pace to pull away from Alonso. Now he's got past him. I guess the question now at this stage of the race is, does Guevara have any kind of pace to chase down Manu Gonzalez? Not by going wide through 13, he won't, as he now brings Alonso and Arbolino right onto the top of him, and Arbolino's going to take advantage of this and attack Alonso.
Furusato's got a problem. He's now doing 32s. He's gone from 15th to 25th as the Honda Team Asia rider. So poor old tyre Furusato's hopes of a first Moto2 point scoring finish have going to elude him. Back at the front, just under 3/4 of a second is the gap between Holgado and Munoz. Fair play to Danny Munoz. He's throwing everything at Holgado at the moment. Holgado showing no signs of cracking under this relentless pressure. And now Tony Arbolino's worked his way through on Alonso late on that lap 14. So just when we thought that Alonso, 5, 6, 7 laps ago, was going to start really dragging himself into podium contention, he is going the complete opposite way here now, relegated back to P7.
Yeah, I think that little moment through 12 for Guevara did compromise Alonso there. That gave Arbolino the run at him, and he was straight at the inside into turn 13. Arbolino looks like he's not done with Guevara yet. 28 versus 14, the former teammates last year at the Blue Crew Pramac Boscoscuro squad. Of course, Guevara staying where he is and very much enjoying that Boscoscuro underneath him.
At the front, briefly in the first sector, Holgado's advantage had eked out to almost a second. Munoz was clawing a bit of time back in the second split. As we look at Alonso, this is not what he came for on race day here in Brazil. He'd have been thinking 25 points potentially in the pocket heading to Austin next weekend, having qualified second. Not very often in a Grand Prix you see David Alonso finish a lot lower than his starting position, but that's on the cards at the moment.
The battle looks like it might be building here at the moment, Matt. It's for second. Screech is catching Munoz for second place. On that last lap, Screech did a 22.0. He's now the fastest rider on the racetrack, quicker even than Holgado. So Munoz, rather than looking at what's ahead of him, he's now coming under pressure from his fellow Spaniard.
Very lonely 4th place at the moment for Manu Gonzalez. He's 2.2 seconds behind the Screeds, 1.8 seconds further up the road on Guevara, who's leading this pretty intense trio, which features Arbolino and Alonso. A lonely ride at the moment for Gonzalez, likewise for Colin Via there in 8th place. He's not been sort of really able to stick his nose in that battle involving Guevara, Arbolino and Alonso. Vietti's up to 9th, having just taken Ortola, who's inside the top 10.
Here is that battle then for second place between the 17 of Munoz and the 11 of Alex Escridge. And Escridge made a few mistakes, it's fair to say, in Buriram when he looked through practice as if he had the kind of performance and potential to do what he's doing here. So Escridge will have that in the back of his mind with such a big result, such a big payday brewing for him and for the Clint Forward factory team. Escridge don't want to risk a third place, but surely there's a real opportunity. If he can pass Danny Munoz, how far could he get? Could he potentially even chase down Holgado here?
Coming to the stage of this Grand Prix now where tyre wear is going to be so key. Body wear as well, because look at this start from Danny Munoz. There he was on the middle of the 4th row in 11th place. He did absolutely make the perfect launch, and then immediately he's on the inside of Vaqueros, who started 6th place ahead of him, and then he's immediately ahead of the pole starter Holgado, who gets a bit of a head shake on the brakes. So straight away there he now fires it on the inside of Alonso Lopez, and the only rider ahead of him going through turn 2 is Alex Escridge. I mean, the platform for this victory fight here in Brazil was launched a millisecond after it was lights out.
Escridge is now the rider right behind him. David Alonso has just passed Arbolino, so Alonso back up into 6th place, so he's getting a bit of a second wind at this stage of the race. Can he now have a go at Guevara for 5th place? But this is the focus of our attention at the moment. The battle for 2nd place between two rather unlikely podium contenders, but certainly deserving ones.
Yeah, Alonso won't like this. He's getting a bit of a drubbing here, isn't he, from his Aspar teammate Holgado, who for the first time in this Grand Prix, through Sector 1 at least, briefly held a 1 second advantage over Munoz. This is the move in the slipstream, all about your drive coming out that final corner. Again, take advantage of that big hole being punched in the air by the Arbolino number 14 bike, and Alonso just sees that inside line. There's nothing that Arbolino can do about that at all. So David Alonso wrestles back 6th place.
22-2 then for Danny Holgado, race leader. 22-3 for Munoz. He's actually pulled a bit of time back out over Escridge, who had a poor second half of that lap, so he's now about a half second detached again in 3rd place. Gonzalez still in a lonely 4th, doing 22.4s, and Alonso looks like he's having a bit of a sniffer, getting back past his, I guess, former Aspar teammates of sorts back there or within that family. Guevara, of course, the 2022 Moto3 champion for Aspar. Alonso 2 years later achieving exactly the same.
Fair play to Adrian Huertas further down the order. Missed Buriram with a right foot fracture. He's climbing up now into 13th place for Ital Trans Racing. Nowhere near his peak physical best. So that's a really impressive ride further down the order for Adrian Huertas. In fact, on that last lap, he did take 13th from Barry Baltus, who looks a shadow of the rider, doesn't he? The Belgian, the rider who was a perennial serial podium challenger last year.
His weekend hasn't really recovered since crashing on Friday afternoon when he should have been in Q2. He did eventually get there via Q1 earlier on this morning, but Baltus not in any way with the kind of performance we saw from him for much of last year. Escridge, is he starting to run into a bit of a wall of performance now, because he's dropped further 7/10 now away from Munoz as Guevara holds an inside line to try and fend off Alonso, but that's going to give Alonso a run at him down this 1 kilometre main straight.
Yeah, and as that grip phase, the bikes become a lot more physical to ride as well, and it's already seriously physically demanding conditions. Not a lot of cloud cover, as you can see overhead here as Alonso slides to the inside line. He's going to just seize that initiative once again. Well, he's made that move on Arbolino work. Guevara tries to tough it out back on the inside. He's just going to get his nose chopped off here, isn't he, by Alonso? So David Alonso then now, having been in 7th for, 4 or 5 laps, is just starting to rescue a few important World Championship points now. The Colombian back into 5th.
It's funny, whether he's just, by having riders ahead of him, he's just been able to carry a little bit more confidence and performance with the references up ahead of him, but he's now back to the front of that trio that he was tailing for a series of laps. And is Guevara now in danger of running out of grip as we head into the final quarter of this race? Arbolino right behind him in 7th, but then about a second gap back to Via, who's next along in 8th.
Yeah, you did wonder, pose that question a few laps ago, just how much maybe Guevara just used and abused that Pirelli rear tyre to get himself into this position. know he's a real silky smooth talent, isn't he? So much finesse with that right hand. Ethan Guevara, one of the best at managing rear tyres late on in these Moto2 battles. He's going to need to call up on those skills once again here today.
So he's up to Holgado on this lap. He's lost 0.3 of a second somewhere in the third sector, and his lead has been cut by a third back to Munoz. So Munoz does a 22.3, a 22.6 for Dani Holgado, his slowest lap for quite some time.
This is the battle for 5th place, a battle at the moment which Arbolino is getting detached from, you have to say. Guevara just thought about maybe a lunge on the inside of Alonso, a bit of payback there as Taya Furusato has crashed out of this Grand Prix. It was a bit of a mistake, riddle Grand Prix for Furusato. He was as high as 15th at one stage, but unfortunately he's crashed out from last place. There he is on the 72 Honda Team Asia machine. Looks like Furusato-san is okay.
Narrowly missed out on points in Buriram, did Furusato. He won't be scoring any today either. Was so close to Q2 earlier on today. Just tracking that gap through the second sector. It's 0.6 of a second between Holgado and Munoz. Munoz hasn't let this one go yet.
Looks like Arbolino really struggles to get back to early rear tyre. Hooked underneath him through 13 and 14, but through the tight and twistier sections here in Goiânia. Look at that, he's jumped back all over the rear tyre of both Alonso and Guevara. Is it just maybe a little bit of high-speed side grip which is fading for the rider on the number 14 bike? Yeah, the gap is coming down, isn't it? Munoz looks like he's really good in the second and third splits. That's where he's quicker than Holgado.
Yeah, that's not going to help him overtake, but it's certainly helping him catch Holgado. The overtaking spots are in sectors 1 and 4. A 22.3 for Munoz, plays a 22.4 for Holgado. If Dani Holgado thought he had this under control with a 1 second lead, he's going to have to step back on the pace again. If you've got any more speed up your sleeve, Danny, now's the time to find it.
Munoz has led this Grand Prix once before. He's going to try and lead it again, isn't he, and take the biggest prize of his Grand Prix career so far. It looks like at the moment, well out of contention now for the top 2 is going to be Alex Escreech. The good news for Escreech fans is that he's got a pretty comfortable gap of 1.6 seconds to Manu Gonzalez.
Not as comfortable as it was, though. He did a 23.1 last time around the Screech. Lost half of a second of that advantage to Manu Gonzalez. Hopefully, from his point of view, that was just a mistake and not the sign of some late fading grip for a Screech. We'll see what happens on this lap. It's down to 1.3 now. Another 0.3 have gone missing for a Screech. Gonzalez sniffing a late podium assault here.
Back in the 23s on that last lap as well was Vaya in 8th place. It's been a tough old race for Vaya. He's not had sort of any fierce battle or some close combat to occupy his mind. He's just circulating. It's almost like a test session here as Vaya circulates on his lonesome. Just got to keep the concentration. A nice big points all for 8th. Beckoning here as we track Holgado out of the final corner. Still got Munoz for close company. Just how precise. Still in favour of Holgado.
What does Danny do to be faster? He does a lot with the rear, so I try to copy and I maintain the pace with calm, finish the race. I was lucky that Alex was slow in the last laps and I could overtake him, but yeah, I'm happy because this counts like a win. Thank you.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, a World Championship challenge is built on the days when you can't win, just maximise your potential. You really do feel that today was one of those days as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Of course, he would have wanted to have been much closer to the fight at the front, 3.9 seconds behind our eventual winner, Holgado, but it is back-to-back podiums to make a very positive start to 2026 for Gonzalez, who had a dreadful conclusion to 2025.
Yeah, he'll be cursing the half-point situation, won't he, from Buriram, because Gonzalez and Holgado have a first and a third apiece, but because of the half points in Buriram, it's Holgado who leads the championship by 4.5 points.
He always still finds some way to put a smile on his face, doesn't he, David Alonso? He'll be frustrated with fifth, but Danny Munoz is going to have a massive smile here in Brazil. What a ride. Second here in South America. He's with Jack.
Danny Munoz, where did that come from? Fired through with one of the best starts I think we've ever seen, to then take the lead with 2 laps to go. You must be delighted with that performance.
It's true that the start was amazing, my best start in my life. I was working a lot in that because the last year was the most difficult part of the races, but incredible. The team is doing a very good work with me, tell me all the time, calm, be focused, enjoy, and this race is for him, for they. Amazing. Very difficult race because the temperature today is super high compared to the other days, but finally in the last laps I tried to overtake Danny, but my front tire was dead, and I prefer to be second. It's a good result for me. And that's it. Thank you everybody, my family, Antonio, Mario, Jorge Arroyo. Thank you for everything.
Super ride, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It was a super ride, all started by a stunning start from Danny Munoz. He'll do another million starts in Moto2 and he won't nail one better than what he made here today in Goiânia. And that was the catalyst, as we said in commentary. Got himself immediately in the hunt for the podium, in the hunt for the victory. But as he tried to tough it out late on with Danny Holgado, it just pushed that front tyre beyond its limits and just was able to make sure he secured second place. Let's put him up into third in the World Championship. What a ride though. Boy, is Danny Holgado cool under immense pressure. He's your winner here in Brazil and he's with Jack in Park Ferme.
Danny, that was some rides. You started today in Q1 and now you've finished it as victor of the Brazilian Grand Prix. The mentality you showed to battle back on Danny Munoz, just how important a win is this at the start of the season?
Yes, today was a very good day for me. P1 in Q1, P1 in Q2, and winning the race. It's amazing. Amazing Sunday here in Brazil. Absolutely mentality for this moment, because on Friday I was P21 and not is a easy thing to go for the victory, but I'm very happy. Thanks to my team for the amazing job. Thanks to my family for the support, also my girlfriend and my friends.
Look, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It has been a very, very impressive start to his second season in Moto2, hasn't it? For the number 96, Holgado, backing up an excellent third place in the opening round in Buriram 3 weeks ago with his third victory. And he really did have to dig deep for that one, didn't he? There was a lot of pressure came his way. Look what it means to Holgado in very, very demanding conditions. That was tough, both physically and mentally, over those 26 laps. But he did not drop the ball once, did he? Great scenes as well post-race with Danny Munoz. A lovely embrace between those two. I think Danny Munoz was just indicating there, that's the sign that, wow, I was on the limit. I was on the ragged edge for all of those laps.
También. Hostia puta. La 1 que se me ha cerrado también al principio.
No, yo al final de carrera iba
think we've got a clear indication from all of our top three in that park fairway of just how much has been taken out of them physically in that Grand Prix. The race time almost 36 minutes. 36 minutes where you're pushing yourself to the absolute limit, and tough conditions, 30 degrees the ambient temperature. Look at that big sigh of relief, a big puffing out of the cheeks for Dani Munoz. But with all the hard work comes some big prizes. Second in that Grand Prix, outstanding job.
I think Dani Holgado will complain too much that he's been forced to sit in the back, because he finished the Grand Prix right at the very front and does, as mentioned, take the lead of the World Championship after 2 Grand Prix. Obviously with the half-point situation, despite the fact they have identical records, first and third apiece for Gonzalez and Holgado. It's Holgado who leads the championship by 4.5 points. Munoz up to third in the World Championship with his second today. He goes up ahead of Ethan Guevara, who drops 2 places into fourth. And already David Alonso 22 points behind his teammate Dani Holgado, who sent a clear message today to his young teammate at Aspar that for all the talk of Alonso's promise into this season, many have Alonso as the title favourite. Holgado is going nowhere.
Nice fist bump to the camera there from Holgado. Well, it was him that was delivering the knockout blows in that Moto2 race here in Brazil, as we get our first ever Moto2 podium celebrations underway here in Goiânia.
The Aspar team then accept more success. It's Nico Tirola, I believe I heard there from the circuit announcer, who's about to accept the winning constructor prize, and here he comes leaping onto the podium. Of course, a 125 world champion in his own right, but really taking on the leadership of that team after Gino Borsoi departed a few years ago, and no sign of Aspar's success slowing down. Manu Gonzalez loses the points lead today, but a big 16 points for him in his title quest this season. We saw second, or third should I say, from Munoz in Barcelona last year. He goes one better to second today. The best result of his Moto2 career. The last year's Rookie of the Year now leads the Moto2 World Championship with a 3rd Moto2 victory. First since he ran away with it in Motegi last year for Dani Holgado, and an all-Spanish podium in this Moto2 encounter. Ayrton Guerra, the coordinator of Goiás, and the effort to put this Grand Prix back on the map once again, presents the winning constructor prize to Nico Tirola. As well as winning, of course, a 125 championship, is a Moto2 Grand Prix winner himself. The marketing director of our event sponsor, Renata Checo, presents the 3rd place prize to Manu Gonzalez, who didn't have many podiums at all, did he, in the second half of last year? He starts this year with 2 out of 2. All told, that is now 17 Moto2 podiums for him. Just the second for Dani Munoz, and a second place breaks new ground for him. Led with a couple of laps to go. Takes 20 points for second place, and Intel Trans proving that there is life after Diogo Moreira for them. But your winner today is Dani Holgado. Just over to your left there, George Viegas, the IM president, who will present the winning trophy to the new World Championship leader. It's Dani Holgado's day in Brazil.
Moto2 history, the top 4 locked out by Spanish talent, led by your race winner here in Goiânia, Danny Holgado, who hands over some very hard-earned race-winning Prosecco to the boss, Nico Tirol. The Aspar crew getting their fair share of the glory as well here in South America. Danny Holgado's victory sees the early initiative in the Moto2 World Championship in 2026. Still to come, of course, we have a 31-lap Grand Prix Brazilian MotoGP coming your way. Coverage of that will start very, very shortly as we get confirmation of the standings here in Moto2.
Just a second and a bit between them, but it went right down to the wire between Danny Holgado and Danny Munoz. And it was the younger of the Dannys, Holgado, who's triumphed. Holgado beating Munoz with Manu Gonzalez on the podium in third. Heartbreak for Escridge on the final lap as he had to settle for fourth place. Alonso fifth ahead of Ethan Cavara, 13th up to sixth for him. Tony Arbolino seventh, his best result for the best part of a year. Via eighth ahead of Vietti and Ortola. Lopez, who was fighting for the lead at turn one, ends at 11th ahead of Huertas, Adji, Barry Baltus and Philip Salach, who were separated by a photo finish for the final 2 points positions. World Championship then, as mentioned, despite both having a first and a third, the half-point scenario in Buriram means Danny Holgado is your championship leader by 4.5 from Manu Gonzalez. Munoz up to third, Cavara is in fourth place. Both of his results, a second and a sixth, have each yielded 10 points. Alex Escridge fifth ahead of Colin Via and Ivan Ortola. David Alonso is on the board, his first points of the year, put him ninth in the standings, 22 points behind his teammate. Danny Holgado is your winner in Moto2 in Brazil. Up next, the main event, MotoGP, is moments away.
From Buriram to Brazil, from Southeast Asia to South America, it's all systems go for MotoGP in Goiânia. Back at the Autódromo Internacional Ayrton Senna for the first time in 37 years. Goiânia was founded in 1933 and is Brazil's green city packed with gorgeous parks. After Marc Marquez struck gold in the Goiânia Sprint, can the world champion complete a win double in Brazil? It's time to race in MotoGP. Measuring 3.835 kilometres, 2.388 miles. It's the Autódromo Internacional Ayrton Senna, first built back in 1974. 200-kilometre drive southwest of the capital, Brasilia. 14 corners, 9 of them right, 5 of them left. The tyres are going to get a workout through those 9 right-handers in ambient temperatures of 30 degrees. Busy through that second sector, including a turn four, which has caught out so many riders here this weekend. A late overtaking opportunity on the brakes into turn 13 could be a key point in the upcoming MotoGP race. 1, 4 and 13 are your most demanding braking points. You've got to manage that rear tyre as well on the right-hand side going through turn 14. Well, Fabio Di Gianantonio started yesterday's 15-lap sprint from just his second ever MotoGP pole position. Drama from lights out, though, for Fermin Aldeguer on his return to action. Big wheel spin for the Gresini rider, dropped him all the way to the back of the pack. Fabio Quartararo was super aggressive at the start and was briefly as high as second place after he treated the Brazilian fans to some early spectacle. What an early battle that was with reigning world champion Marc Marquez. Jorge Martin keeping watching brief early on in fourth place as he had a big early battle with his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, but a crucial late mistake, 2 laps from home at turn 12 from Di Gianantonio saw Marc Marquez fire some serious momentum into the defence of his MotoGP world title. Marc's first gold medal of 2026. He's up and running in this season in terms of winning form. Tough task, so facing the world's best over 31 laps here in our first Grand Prix of Brazil since 2004. And a circuit named after not just a Brazilian sporting superstar, but a global sporting icon, of course. Ayrton Senna, three-time Formula 1 world champion, one of 3 racetracks in Brazil here in Goiânia, named after the late, great F1 superstar. Let's go, Goiânia. Well, we're ready after over 2 decades of waiting for a full MotoGP battle to take place. We've got the aerobatic display hovering overhead of what is a sellout crowd here today at a boiling hot Brazil. Ambient temperature is nudging over 30 degrees now as we look downtown into nearby Goiânia, Brazil's 10th largest city. About a 75-minute short flight away from Sao Paulo, 1,300 kilometers away from our last port of call in Brazil when we were at Jacarepaguá in Rio de Janeiro, all the way back in 2004. This is our 4th ever Grand Prix to take place though here in Goiânia. We were here in 1987 when Wayne Gardner was crowned MotoGP World Champion. Eddie Lawson won here in 1988 and Kevin Schwantz the victor on our last visit in 1989. 3 real MotoGP superstars there. Who will join Gardner, Lawson and Schwantz in the winning club here then in Brazil? What a day. What an afternoon lies in store for Diogo Moreira. We just saw there the home crowd hero come to the back of the Pro Honda LCR garage. He is idolised in this part of the world, of course. There you go. There are tens of thousands of those 11 Moreira shirts, caps and flags that have been lighting up downtown Goiânia. His face all over the local airport when we first arrived here a few days ago. The reason why he's already a superstar, age 21 in this part of the world, but he was Brazil's first ever Grand Prix world champion, of course, in Moto2 last year. Marc Marquez looking for his 12th winning double to potentially seize the lead in the MotoGP World Championship before he heads to his beloved Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Today could be another milestone in a career laden with milestones for the number 93, as he could become just the 3rd rider in history to reach the magic milestone of 100 Grand Prix victories. That's all to come. Lights out. We will be in just over half an hour's time here in Goiânia in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard under blazing sunshine down in pit lane and on the grid. Well, Fabio Di Giannantonio gave Mark a real good run for his money in that 15-lap sprint yesterday, Lewis, but this was the key moment late on, a couple laps from the end. Did you a small mistake on the exit of turn 12, and that was all she wrote. Marc Marquez taking his 16th sprint win, levelling Jorge Martin in the all-time winners list in the sprint. The momentum with Marquez coming into race day in Goiânia.
And we haven't said that much, have we, in 2026 so far? Marc Marquez has been on his back foot. He's almost been playing catch-up for much of this season so far. Finally, Marc Marquez able to seize the initiative yesterday, having chased and chased for so much of the sprint. Fabio Di Giannantonio certainly made him give chase with his strong start to the sprint, with Fabio Quartararo acting as the cork in the bottle in 2nd place. Marc Marquez stayed patient, he piled on the pressure. His reward came with a couple laps to go when Gigi's mistake handed him the gold medal.
Of course, it's over 170 days now since Marc Marquez last finished a Grand Prix of the tyre drama, which ruled him out of podium contention in Buriram last year. Marc not seen a checker flag on a Sunday since he was crowned MotoGP World Champion in late September of 2025 in the Motegi Mountains in Japan. Fabio Di Giannantonio there for just a 2nd time in his MotoGP career coming to pole position. We'll talk more on the prospects for the VR46 to
Motorsport athletes. Fermin Aldeguer then, who's the lead Gresini rider on the grid, wasn't the lead Gresini rider for long yesterday, was he? As he went right instead of forwards off the start line. That had not good effects for others behind him, including Johan Zarco, who had to take avoiding action to dodge Fermin Aldeguer. After the practice start session, albeit in wet conditions, that we saw on Friday morning, this was no great surprise to see some riders spinning their rear tyres up off the line.
Now, we've talked about the sort of increase, the sharp increase in ambient temperature here today. Feels definitely like it's the hottest conditions of the weekend. This is going to be a grueler for the MotoGP riders. Well, let's quickly go down to Jack as we look at Diogo Moreira for an update on the conditions. Jack, is boiling in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely is. In fact, I just had a quick word with a couple of the Michelin technicians. Track temperature is now getting above what it was in Thailand, above 60 degrees track temperature. Such is the sun baking the surface here. We've just heard throughout the weekend, Michele Massini in particular, about how important it's going to be to look after the front and the rear tyre. 60 degrees plus track temperature is going to make that oh so difficult. These are going to be a long 31 laps for these athletes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Wow. Just what is going through the mind right now. Diogo Moreira, as he peels out of pit lane, he'll see those packed grandstands full of home fans who, it's fair to say, have given him a hero's welcome. He's had rock star status here this weekend, has Diogo Moreira. He has not been able to move an inch in the paddock here in Goiânia, certainly not an inch in downtown Goiânia, without being mobbed by adoring fans. Make no mistake, as popular as Marc Marquez is in Spain, as popular as the likes of Marco Bezzecchi, Pecco Bagnaia are in Italy, Diogo Moreira has cult hero status in his native Brazil.
Rossini potentially going for some home support too with that colour scheme today. Might get a bit of cheer for Fermin Aldeguer and Alex Marquez as well. Yeah, there are over 60,000 of Diogo Moreira's compatriots in the grandstands across this wonderful Goiânia circuit here this afternoon, ready to cheer their hero on with the Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet design. Here he is, third by in your picture, up behind Marc Marquez, the number 11 of which famous Brazilian soccer stars have worn over the years. Is the number 11 now going to be forever linked with Brazil's future MotoGP star, Diogo Moreira?
So close to a first point scoring finish in the sprint format yesterday, wasn't it? Great ride from 14th to 10th. He was closing in at one stage on our World Championship leader, Pedro Acosta. Acosta eventually taking that final point and offer in that 15-lapper yesterday by 1.3 seconds. Fair to say it's been a bit of a turbulent weekend so far for Acosta and his fellow KTM riders. Acosta starting and finishing the sprint in P9. He had a pretty costly crash in Q2 yesterday at turn 4. He was on the floor again this morning at turn 13. And he's not getting a lot of help, is he, from those other KTM riders, Lewis, who are right at the back of the pack. I think Brazil has thrown KTM a bit of a curveball after what was a very positive bull round.
Yeah, and they are not particularly knocking it out of the park either. They'll be quite keen, I think, to consign this Grand Prix weekend to the annals of history and move forward to Austin, Texas, where Pedro Acosta finished on the podium, of course, a couple of years ago. Yeah, Brad Binder, Maverick Vinales and Enea Bastianini, the slowest three riders in qualifying one. Vinales, the first of that trio on the grid, but P20 for Top Gun. They did all make progress in the sprint, but they could do nothing else, really, given where they were on the grid. Brad Binder, in the end, in the curve comes to line in 15th place. Maverick Vinales didn't finish in the end, but was making progress before he dropped out. And Enea Bastianini, a weekend that he will be very keen to forget. A nightmare so far for the beast in Brazil. 17th in the sprint yesterday, but if you average it out, he was giving up a second and a half per lap on our ultimate winner.
As Lewis mentioned, our return to Brazil has drawn in a crowd of nearly 61,000 fans This fresh off the back of our record attendance at the Chang International Circuit in Burara weekend. Crowd of nearly 230,000 fans there. Well, let's go down immediately to the home hero. How are the nerves, Jack? He's with Diogo Moreira.
Yeah, I am indeed. Diogo, just over 20 minutes away from your home Grand Prix. How are you feeling? What's possible today?
Yeah, let's see. At the end, will be a long race. We have 31 laps to go, so will be a tough race. So we need to manage well the body, also the tires. So let's see. At the end, you're gonna push at the beginning. So let's see at the end.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant of Diogo to speak to Jack. Good get that, Jack. Fantastic to hear from Diogo Moreira ahead of one of the biggest weekends of his racing career, one of the biggest weekends of his life. 22 years we've had to wait for a Brazilian Grand Prix. He's had to wait 2 to race in front of his home crowd in MotoGP. I have to say, his timing's impeccable to hit the MotoGP grid on our return to Brazil for the first time in over 2 decades.
Becoming Brazil's first two-wheel world champion last year. What a star he already is, Diogo Moreira. It sends a shiver down your spine. Every time we've seen Diogo Moreira on the screen, we've seen huge cheers of Diogo, Diogo going up from the fans.
We're getting and building up to our pre-race ceremony. There's always a special carnival atmosphere in South America. There's just a unique vibe when you come MotoGP racing in this part of the world. Just getting ready then to continue the build-up. You can see on the timing monitor there, just under. The main bridge. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of our first Grand Prix of Brazil since 2004.
Well, Fabio Gianantonio starts from pole position. Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez starting from the front row. Fabio Quartararo, a stunning 4th from Jorge Martin and Agura. Fermin Rodriguez 7th ahead of Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta. How much longer will he be leading the World Championship? He's 2 points ahead of Bezzecchi at the moment. John Zarco 10th from Pecco Bagnaia, who crashed early in Q2. Toprak, having taken 3rd on Friday, was rewarded with a Q2 place. He starts 12th. Joan Mir 13th ahead of Diogo Moreira, who was the top Honda in the sprint yesterday at his home Grand Prix. Frankie Morbidelli alongside him. Home Grand Prix results for him too, 15th. Raul Fernandez down in 16th place on the grid. It's not been a weekend he'll look back on fondly so far. Rinza Miller alongside him. Marini, Vinales, Bender and Bastianini complete your grid, where we can head now to hear from Agura, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. A brilliant sprint yesterday for a brilliant start to the season for so consistent. I imagine coming from the second row today, the target is the podium. Is that going to be possible?
We see the guys in the front is really fast, but I think also we can be competitive. So yeah, definitely the aim is higher than yesterday, but yeah, just do what we can and see where we finish. But I think we can do a good ride.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck to Agura and the Trackhouse Aprilia squad. His first top 6 finish in MotoGP outside of Thailand, believe it or not. His previous 4 all coming at the Chang International Circuit in our opening Grand Prix of 2025 and last year. Call to arms, aren't we, down on the grid here in Brazil. 31 laps coming up for the MotoGP field, the highest number of laps in the Grand Prix since Laguna back in 2013 when it was 32 laps. The party already starting here in Brazil. We'll just break off ever so short. For these brilliant pre-race ceremonies here in Brazil, because it's a special day for Brazilian fans, a special day for Australian Jack Miller. He's just about to make his 200th MotoGP start. Let's get the thoughts of Jack with Jack.
Yeah, massive achievement, Jack. 200 Grand Prix starts. There's not many that are able to reach a figure like that. How much of an honour is it to get to such a number, and how are you thinking of tackling number 200?
Yeah, number 200, you know, some have been easier, some have been harder, but I will struggle a little bit this weekend, but no, we'll try and
Indeed, have a good one, Jack Miller, the 31-year-old Australian, in his 200th MotoGP start. Some accolade that. Longevity for a top talent and just a top all-round bloke, isn't he, Jack Miller? Only the 10th rider in history to reach that 200 appearance milestone. Let's hope it's a successful one for the rider from Townsville down under.
Yep, the customary cake was presented to Jack at the end of warm-up this morning. Of course, 200th Grand Prix for him, just number 2 for Toprak, his teammate, who was quick to come over and lend over his congratulations as well. I think if Jack can emerge from that 200th Grand Prix with points, I think that would represent a success for him and Pramac.
Fantastic, yeah, the Brazilian fans enjoying this carnival atmosphere there down on the grid, as I'm sure you are watching at home as well. I think it's fair to say they do know how to bring the vibes. They do know how to create a special atmosphere, don't they, in Brazil? 5th largest country in the world. A sport mad nation. Football mad nation, a motorsport mad nation as well, of course. Just under 15 minutes away from lights out for the Grand Prix action. Thankfully, it's umbrellas for shade, not umbrellas for rain, that the fans gathered here today, almost 61,000 of them. Come on, we need Jack now, though. Now we're joining in this. We know that Jack can bust a few moves himself.
This is exactly his kind of deal. I think, isn't it, at the front of the grid?
It's kind of a tyre as well.
I was going to say, I know what you're all thinking at home. Well, Jack and Lewis going to wear that on after flag after the show. We'll have a word and see if we can put it together.
I'd pay good money to see you two dressed up and getting in the local spirit of things.
Don't have any of it in my size, to be honest. I'm putting the timber on after a week in Brazil. Beautiful steak in the city of Goiânia throughout the week. Yeah, Brazil and Goiânia have really taken MotoGP to their hearts over the course of this week. They've brought the colour, they've brought the atmosphere. It's now time for us to bring the action.
Don't worry, mate, you can have a meat detox in Austin next week.
Oh, wait.
Oh, hang on a minute. No, maybe not. Brilliant. Absolutely wonderful to see a bit of the local culture in action here. And now those fans are ready themselves for the big moment, the big day soon to arrive. Can Marc Marquez add to his CV first-time wins on first-time visits to Austin, Termas, Buriram and Balaton? If he does so, it will be the 23rd different track that Marc has won on in MotoGP, which would tie in with Valentino Rossi and put him only one behind the record of Aussie legend Mick Doohan. That's what they're all doing battle for over 31 laps here in Goiânia. They've all got eyes on the prize, including our owls that are watching trackside. We're watching you as well, don't worry. Of course, there is the magnificent MotoGP Tower of Champions. For the first time since 2019 in Motegi last year, it was Marc Marquez that added his name once again to the top of that tower. Trying to keep himself at the top of the tower and get himself back on the top step of the podium here this afternoon will be Marc. And just to reiterate, it would see him reach 100 Grand Prix victories. Well, he's a star in this part of the world, isn't he? 2008 Formula 1 World Championship runner-up Felipe Massa, former Ferrari F1 driver, with Jack on the grid.
Felipe, an absolute pleasure to have you here on the grids ahead of the first Brazilian Grand Prix, for us anyway, in 22 years. How good is it as a Brazilian to see MotoGP return here?
It's amazing. I love it to be here. It's a great experience, you know, to see what they do in the track, you know, how the courage these riders have, you know, to drive and what they do in the track. But also for me, the pleasure, you know, to be here to watch them in the MotoGP. You guys so nice also to receive all of us, and it's great to see MotoGP in Brazil.
You, of course, have one of your own on the grid in Diogo Moreira, only his second Grand Prix and in the top 10 yesterday. How impressed have you been, and how much is the Brazilian public behind him?
Oh, he's a future champion. I saw him before. I went to meet him for the first time, and he's a very good mentor, you know, and I tell him, you know, concentrate and enjoy.
Felipe, great to have you here. Enjoy the race.
Thank you. Welcome to Brazil.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks very much for a very warm welcome from the Brazilian public, and in particular the Goiânia public. It has been wonderful to be back here in Brazil. Looking forward to many more years of MotoGP racing here in this part of South America, as under red hot conditions the riders come, and very, very shortly we are going to get, I'm sure, what's going to be a rousing rendition of the Brazilian national anthem in the company of Gustavo Lima. This will be a special moment for Diogo Moreira, who would have dreamt of this moment for so many years. But now is his moment. It's his time to shine in front of his home crowd. Felipe Massa saying himself that one day he's going to be a future MotoGP world champion. Well, who are we to argue with somebody like Felipe Massa? Great to have him with us here in Goiânia, as we are going to take a short pause here in the commentary box and let to enjoy at home the Brazilian national anthem.
Ouviram do Ipiranga as margens plácidas de povo heróico brado retumbante. E o sol da liberdade em raios fúlgidos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com braço forte. Em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafia o nosso peito a própria morte. O pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio. De amor e de esperança a terra desce. Se em teu formoso céu risonho e límpido a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza, és bela, és forte, impávido colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Terra dourada, entre outras mil, és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste sol és mãe, gentil pátria amada, Brasil.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant there from Gustavo Lima. A real rousing reception he's getting from the Brazilian fans. You reckon the Brazilian fans are passionate? You reckon they missed their MotoGP racing since 2004? What an atmosphere. We can barely hear Jack and Pablo Nieto talking down the grid, but they're going to have a go, guys.
Yeah, down here with Pablo Nieto, and they're just getting confirmed. It's 23-lap race. 23-lap race just confirmed right now to Pablo Nieto, who's telling Fabio Di Giannantonio, let me just see if I can grab a quick word. In fact, no, he needs to run off, obviously, with that. That's a huge impactor on the race. Pablo Nieto running off to speak to Frankie Morbidelli. Come back to me, guys.
Yeah, there has been some talk here. We saw, didn't we, at the start of our MotoGP coverage on the grid about half an hour ago. Marc Marquez and Luca Marini were having a chat with rider safety delegate Loris Capirossi. And we suspected, given the fact that we are experiencing ambient temperatures of in excess of 30 degrees. There is confirmation on your screens. Brilliant work by Jack there to give you confirmation. The race then has been reduced by 8 laps. 8 laps is a significant reduction in the number of laps. 31 down to 23. that makes this MotoGP race actually shorter than both the early Moto2 and Moto3 laps.
I know the 8 laps longer than the sprint was yesterday.
Yeah.
Does anyone change tyres as a result of that and go from the medium to the soft, I wonder?
Well, your fuel load. I mean, you'd fuel the bike up for 31 laps. You'll have electronic strategies for 31 laps.
But as Jack rightly points out, just in our ears, the time has passed now to change your tyre choice, so they're all locked in for the decision. So if anyone did take a gamble on the soft rear tyre for this Grand Prix, they might suddenly be looking in good shape here.
We saw, not giving names away, but the riders that finished in the Moto2 Park Ferme were exhausted. They were drained, weren't they, at the end of that Grand Prix? We can only suspect that it is the fact that track temperatures are higher already, as Jack mentioned, than Buriram last weekend, in excess of 60 degrees temperature. And also the fact that the ambient temperature is over 30 degrees. It's incredibly hot and humid here in Goiânia. But there you can see on your screens, this is the message from Race Direction. There has been a very significant reduction in our planned race distance here. We are dropping down from 31 to 23 laps. The 31 lap race distance, just a reminder, was going to make it the highest number of laps in the MotoGP race in 13 years, since there were 32 laps over in California for the 2013 American Grand Prix at Laguna Seca, which on that occasion, of course, was won by the man on your screens right now, Marc Marquez.
We will go from third place on the grid. Pablo Nieto, who's been a rather busy man in the last few minutes, he is now back with Jack.
Pablo, that's obviously huge news. It's going to have a huge impact on how you attack this race. What have you told the guys, and how does that change tactics?
The problem now is
on a Pons Honda was our last MotoGP winner here in Brazil. That was at Jacarapagua, of course, in Rio, who will be adding their names to what is an elite list of previous Goiânia winners. A list that includes Wayne Gardner, Eddie Lawson and Kevin Schwantz, all former MotoGP world champions. It's the superstars of the present and the modern day that are about to do battle here in Brazil in MotoGP. Lights out to more racing in MotoGP here in Goiânia. Brilliant start in the middle of that front row by Marco Bezzecchi, and once again he leads the field. He's led every single one of our last 3 races in the top class. He's got the drop on Fabio Di Gianantonio. Marc Marquez there in third place. He briefly lost that third, didn't he, to Fabio Quartararo, but Marco Bezzecchi at the front once again.
Jorge Martin with a very good start too. He's right up behind Marc Marquez. Quartararo this time going backwards. He's lost at least 3 places.
Unbelievable, this by Marco Bezzecchi. Led every single lap in Portimao, led every single lap in Valencia at the end of 2025, led all laps in Buriram last time round, and once again back in very, very familiar territory. He leads fellow Italian Di Gianantonio.
Pedro Acosta's made an incredible start. He's up to 5th place, right up behind Martin. Took him so long to make any progress yesterday, but already the World Championship leader is up into the top 5.
Yeah, Fabio Quartararo's dropped back down into 10th place. He's just behind Ayagura and Joan Mir into the chicane. 10 and 11 then for the first time. You can just see there Quartararo running over the inside curve. He's got Fermin Aldeguer directly behind him on that special Alex Barros Brazilian livery.
Shocking start for Pecco Bagnaia. He's dropped 3 further places. He's now down in 14th place, mired in the midfield.
So we've got Acosta, Mir, Quartararo, Razgatlioglu, Rins and Marini on Michelin's soft rear tyre. How decisive could that be, with 8 laps slashed off the full race distance? Marco Bezzecchi then leads over the line at 1:23.325, his opening salvo, as Mir comes from a long, long way back on Agura. Is he going to get the Honda stopped? He is. Oh, Di Gianantonio's gone wide. Di Gianantonio makes a mistake going into the first corner, and Marc Marquez pounced on another Di Gianantonio mistake, just as he did in the sprint yesterday.
Yeah, it was a late mistake yesterday, a very early one today. Marco Bezzecchi, as a result of that, is 7/10 up the road in the lead of this Grand Prix. Marc Marquez up into 2nd place. We've had a crash. Unfortunately, the 200th Grand Prix for Jack Miller only lasted a lap and a quarter.
Yeah, that is a shame, unfortunately, for Jack Miller. Desperate to get some information over a long distance once again on that V4 powered Wiesdar M1. Just showing Di Gianantonio his front tyre there, wasn't he? Going through 6 and 7 was Jorge Martin, who who's been fast starting once again. First sprint podium yesterday for Martin since the Solidarity Grand Prix in Barcelona in 2024. Bezzecchi then that is that leads. Here we go, they're now through turn 11. This is 12 yesterday late on, where the Gianantonio lost the lead and the win in the sprint.
Fabio Quartararo has lost further ground. He's now out of the top 10 in 11th place. Acosta shaping for a move up the inside of Jorge Martin. Acosta up into 4th place. That was Mir attacking Zarco too. Of course, Mir and Acosta on the soft rear tyre, both flying up the order.
Well, you knew that Acosta from 9th had to be ultra aggressive at the start of this Grand Prix. He has not disappointed, has he, at all? Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi, first riders in this Grand Prix into the 118s. They exchange 118.8. Bezzecchi led over the line by just over half a second.
Marc Marquez looking to get his claws into this Grand Prix, but Gianantonio still right behind him. Of course, Digia looking for a bit of revenge on Marc Marquez after a mistake cost him sprint victory yesterday. Of course, having already lost 2nd place, Gianantonio with a bit of a score to settle here.
Marco Bezzecchi in the damp conditions on Friday was 20th, and in Q1 he had a crash at the end of FP2 on Saturday morning, which left him in one bike for both qualifying sessions, yet somehow he was still able to get himself on the front row of the grid. A little bit missing some performance, he said, in parts of this Goiânia circuit on the Aprilia yesterday in the sprint, but boy, is he making amends for it here today. On course for what would be a dream scenario. 4 consecutive Grand Prix victories. Awesome this by Bezzecchi. Likewise from Acosta as he looks to defend that World Championship lead.
Strong start too for Alex Marquez on the Barros-inspired Grassini livery. He's right up behind the Acosta-Martin battle. We're in the middle of that right now, riding on board with Jorge Martin in 5th, but Alex Marquez is right behind us in 6th.
You can clearly see there just ahead of Jorge Martin. We've got Acosta directly in front, but Marco Bezzecchi is starting to gap the field here. He's the only rider at the moment that's keeping himself in the 118s. Brilliant this early pace by Bezzecchi. His advantage over Marc Marquez crept up by another 0.3 of a second almost on that last lap. The Gianantonio regrouping after his early mistake, just so his best lap of the Grand Prix, keeping himself in 3rd place. But Bezzecchi at the moment with a pace that's just too hot to handle.
Joan Mir also with rapid paces. Brad Binder's crashed out on the teammate to Acosta, the bike we're looking at from Jorge Martin. Binder, who was running in 17th place out of the Grand Prix, but as mentioned, Mir also has front running pace. He did a 1:19.1 last time around. That was the same pace as Marquez and Digia, as Martin now attacks Acosta and takes back 4th place.
Yeah, that mistake by Binder has promoted Diogo Moreira, the home crowd favourite, up into 17th place. Martin then going toe-to-toe with Pedro Acosta. We've been waiting for a fully fit and fully confident Jorge Martin to show his credentials on that factory Aprilia. Well, we're finally seeing what he's capable of doing on that RSGP, and it's spectacular to watch. 3rd in yesterday's sprint, back up now into P4 in the Grand Prix.
Marco Bezzecchi's lead is now 1.1 seconds. Now, Marc Marquez in both the sprint yesterday and, of course, in the Grand Prix in Buriram took a few laps to finally get up to speed. Once he did, he had race-leading pace. So is this another example of Marc Marquez just taking his time, just getting himself up to speed? He might need to get a move on and get up to speed quickly, because he's half a second slower than the race leader.
Race of his own right now is Bears. Once again, he's the only rider in the 18s. A 1:18.717, 1.2 seconds, almost 1.3 clear of Mark as we move on to lap 5 of 23. I mean, this is just astonishing. It's just another demonstration, this by Bezzecchi. 1:19.2 from Mark, a 1:19.2 from the Gianantonio. The next best behind Bezzecchi is the factory Aprilia of his teammate Jorge Martin.
Incredible pace at the moment from the race leader, who's already come into this Grand Prix weekend, as we mentioned, leading the last 78 Grand Prix laps without reply. He's now up to 83 and counting. 1.6 seconds is his lead halfway around this 5th lap. This is almost over as a contest already.
It'll be a shock to the system the time that Marco Bezzecchi is not leading a Sunday Grand Prix. Hasn't happened since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang last October. He's in the groove here, isn't he, as well? We've seen just how good he was at demolishing the field, running away with it in Buriram a couple of weeks ago when he won by over 5 seconds. It was no contest in Buriram, it's no contest in Brazil at the moment. The chasing pack just have nothing at the moment for the runaway Italian. Over the line he comes, it's another fastest lap he's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. A 118.669 from Bez, the only other rider in the 118s. Guess who? Jorge Martin.
These Aprilias are running riot once again, just as they were in Buriram at one point. And Jorge Martin could potentially be staring at a second place here if he plays his cards right in the remaining 17 laps of this Grand Prix. Marc Marquez coming under intense pressure from Fabio Di Giannantonio, who carves up the inside, and Jorge Martin says thank you very much.
Yeah, and we have now an Aprilia 1-2, don't we? Yeah, we do. So Jorge Martin then says, I'll take the early Christmas gift. We have now the factory Aprilia 1-2, as Lewis said. Martin then now up into second place. He's nearly 2 seconds adrift of Bezzecchi. We've had one of the Aprilia 1-2, didn't we, in Barcelona in 2023, Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales. But the RSGP is now the reference motorcycle, isn't it, in MotoGP as it stands right now?
Yeah, we asked the question after what we saw in Buriram, are Aprilia the reference? Well, I think we all thought, right, let's see a little bit more evidence, let's see a different racetrack, different conditions, different challenges, and once again, it is all Aprilia at the front of the field, and already Jorge Martin is not only gapping the two behind him, but he's chipping away at Marco Bezzecchi's lead. At the point that Martin took second place, it was 2.2 seconds, it's already down to 2 seconds, at 1:18, 8:03 for Martin, 2 tenths quicker than Bezzecchi. Remember, he was passing 2 people while doing that.
A terrible lap that by Bez, a 1:19 flat, sluggish pace. He's still comfortably clear, 2 seconds ahead of Martin. Jorge Martin, he said yesterday, he's way ahead of schedule. He could not in his wildest dreams imagine being in the podium contention in the sprint at round 2. Well, he's on course to go one better in this afternoon's Grand Prix, third in the sprint yesterday. Now he is here in second place. This was the aggression from Di Giannantonio. He's going to fire at the VR46 Ducati on the inside of Marc Marquez going into turn 4. They both run out to the marbles, and then just cutting to his normal racing line on the inside. We're saying thank you very much, I'll take that gift. Jorge Martin up into second.
So Marc Marquez then sitting in 4th place, of course missed the podium after his tyre came off the rim when he clipped that curb in Buriram. At the moment he's going 2 for 2 of missing Grand Prix podiums, which is not what we expected to be saying about the reigning world champion. But like in Buriram, put to one side what happened when he dropped out of the Grand Prix, he did stay patient and he did come into the Grand Prix as it moved into the second half. So don't expect the 93 to be panicking just yet.
Just shows how much Digi's aggression on that last lap cost Marc Marquez. Marquez was a second slower than Jorge Martin. Di Giannantonio now gets himself into the 118s for the first time in this Grand Prix. He's not going to let Aprilia run away with the 1-2 here, is he, in Brazil? Marco Bezzecchi might be running away with the win, but Jorge Martin's got a big fight to hold on to that second place. Marc Marquez once again in those low 119s. His pace just 6/1000 of a second between Marc and Pedro Acosta in 5th. Further down, Aygura, another Aprilia that's doing 118s. Aygura, his fastest lap of the Grand Prix in P8.
Much like yesterday, though, for Aygura, he's stuck in traffic, which is his big problem at the moment. He's behind Mir, Alex Marquez and Acosta. You just see him in the back of the picture. Bezzecchi was running away with this Grand Prix. I think he still just about is, but Jorge Martin did take 3 tenths out of him on the last lap to cut that lead down to 1.8. I'm sure Marco Bezzecchi does have some extra pace up his sleeve if he needs it, but Jorge Martin, don't think he's going to be playing the team game if he has a sniff of a MotoGP victory.
So often Fabio Quartararo carries the hopes of the factory Yamaha squad and Yamaha in general. Unfortunately today, though, for him, the Frenchman is not at the top Yamaha run at the moment. That's Alex Rins in 13th place. Rins doing an excellent job, actually, just at a 119.535. Fabio Quartararo was over the line in 14th place, but you can see on the timing tower he's out of the points going places at the moment. It's Quartararo. He's been picked off by Moreira. The day's going from bad to bad, worse, isn't it, for Fabio Quartararo? Down from 6th to 16th.
Yeah, I guess in some respects reverting back to what he probably expected after the incredible qualifying performance and sprint performance, to be fair, that Quartararo put in yesterday. The Yamahas, I guess, reverting back towards where they were when things settled down in Buriram. It's settling down a little bit at the front now. The top 4 all exchanging 118s. 18.8 for the top 3, with Di Giannantonio setting his best lap for the Grand Prix. Marc Marquez an 18.9 in 4th place.
Everybody in MotoGP right now trying to work out the conundrum. How on earth do you halt Marco Bezzecchi on a Grand Prix Sunday? Just another phenomenal performance this by Bezzecchi. Brilliant start he made from second place on the grid. Didn't really give a sniff to Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio on the two Ducatis alongside him to try and get that hole shot on the long run down to the downhill braking zone for turn one. And since then, nobody really has seen which way Bez went.
We're not seeing any way to catch him at the moment. Acosta's not really getting himself involved in this battle yet for second, third and fourth. Acosta's doing low 19s. He also did a personal best on the last lap, but he's the best part of a second behind Marc Marquez and is losing the World Championship lead as it stands at the moment, losing it to this man, to Marco Bezzecchi, whose golden run looks set at the moment to continue. He is staring, although we're not quite at half race distance yet, but he is on course at the moment for 4 lights to flag victories in a row.
Giacomo Agostini, Valentino Rossi and his great pal Pecco Bagnaia, previous Italians in MotoGP history to win 4 on the spin. And barring any late dramas, barring any late disasters, it looks like it's going to be 4 on the spin as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. He picked up his pace on that previous lap. He was back in the 118, just responding, maybe just seeing on his pit board that his gap down to Jorge Martin had just come down to 1.7, 1.8. Did he have a response? You bet he did. And now he's back in the 118s himself.
It's Aprilia then versus Aprilia at the moment at the front of the race, with Martin putting half a second between himself and this Ducati battle as Marc Marquez gets a little bit hot there into turn 10, and a bit of a grimace and a shake of the head for Gigi Dall'Igna. He's not had this feeling very often in the last few years, has he?
Well, he was the former technical mastermind of Aprilia, wasn't he? Prix 2014 when he first jumped over to Ducati. Well, this is old paymasters at the moment that are mastering the MotoGP World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi, once again, it's a 119 flat. Slightly quicker behind him were Martin and Di Giannantonio. Have to say Marc Marquez there in 4th place. Don't know whether Marc just may be biding his time, manning his tyres to launch a potential late attack on Martin and Digio ahead of him, but he hasn't really made. Somebody's gone down.
Yeah, so it's not Marco Bezzecchi. You can see him
somewhere.
Top left of your screen. I think it might be Pecco Bagnaia, who had just taken 11th place. Unfortunately, though, he is now out of this Grand Prix. His miserable start to 2026 continues.
Well, a lot of people wondered whether there was going to be any kind of hangover from his dismal 2025. And we're getting our answer at the moment. Down he goes into the first corner in pursuit of Johan Zarco's LCR Honda, and that's the exact same crash that Zarco had himself in the sprint yesterday. Oh dear, Bagnaia. Oh, Joan Mir. It's another double DNF
from 7th place
for Joan Mir. Yesterday he got a bit of a helping hand into the gravel trap after Raul Fernandez's early aggression in the sprint. This one though is all of his own doing as he rolls off the side of the tyre going into turn 4.
This is a Grand Prix, as I mentioned on the warm-up lap, of survival. No one is guaranteed any kind of result until they see the checkered flag waving in their face. As we look overhead once again, as Bezzecchi puts a serious response in to Jorge Martin there. A 1:18.654. Bezzecchi with the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, saying to Jorge Martin, hey teammate, I've got this one firmly under control.
That is a 34th GP DNF in 58 for HRC for Joan Mir. What a miserable experience he's had in Goiânia. That's astonishing pace, isn't it, by Marco Bezzecchi. Half distance almost completed here in Brazil, and he is just rubbing their nose at the moment, kicking sand in their faces. A 1:18.654. You're supposed to be going slower at this stage of the Grand Prix, Marco, not faster.
Well, myself and Matt have the honour and the pressure of choosing the overtake of the race nominees at the end of this Grand Prix. Potentially a contender just there, with Alex Marquez taking Pedro Acosta into turn 1. Alex Marquez now up into 5th place. That's the good news for Alex. The bad news is he's got 2 seconds to try and make up if he's to join the battle for the final podium position between Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez.
Where's your vote going for rider of the race? Of course, you can vote now. There'll be a lot of support for Marco Bezzecchi. I'm sure a lot of support for Jorge Martin as well, as Pedro Acosta climbs all over the rear tyre of Alex Marquez's beautiful Barros Brazilian livery for Gresini Ducati. Over the line we go. Marco Bezzecchi. Fair play to Martin in second. He's trying to keep Bez honest at the front of this Grand Prix. Martin has just set his personal best lap of the race, a 1:18.802, but the gap has not come down to under 1.7 seconds, has it? That's a gap that you feel is more than capable of Bezzecchi managing at the front. Just keeping a close eye on the Digio Marc Marquez battle, a bit of a repeat for first and second in yesterday's sprint. Nothing between those two in terms of lap times. Low 1:19s for the pair.
How important is that start going to prove to be for Marco Bezzecchi to get the advantage into the first corner and build that early advantage whilst Martin was stuck in a little bit of traffic, the traffic that only opened up for him once Gian Antonio and Marc Marquez moved out of his way, because it's clear, isn't it? As soon as Jorge Martin has been in clear air in second place, he's had similar, if not faster pace to Marco Bezzecchi. They've been trading pretty fast laps. The lead has hovered around sort of 1.7, 1.8 seconds. Very little to choose between the two. For Jorge Martin, the damage in terms of winning this Grand Prix might have been done in the first sector of the race.
Big payday beckons here, doesn't it, for Bezzecchi, as Pedro Acosta on the inside of Alex Marquez. Well, whatever room there was there, he decided to take it, come what may, didn't he? Alex Marquez then trying to line him up on the exit of the final corner. Marco Bezzecchi will be taking the World Championship lead as it stands right now. That's why Pedro Acosta's fighting tooth and nail to try and limit the damage, and having compromised his exit speed with the aggressive entry into 13, Alex Marquez does dish out some instant retaliation and wrestles back P5.
And Ayagura with the front row seat of this battle in P7, and he'll be once again a little bit frustrated with the pace he has, but he can't use any of it because once again he is stuck in traffic. It was Fabio Quartararo that he was staring at for much of the sprint yesterday. This time it's Acosta and Alex Marquez, because you fancy that Agura would have the pace to be in this Digia Marc Marquez battle if he could just clear the pair ahead of it.
This is just dreamland, isn't it, right now for Aprilia? What a motorcycle they have created for the likes of Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. Those two are delivering, aren't they, here on Sunday in Brazil. Bezzecchi 1.9 clear of Martin. What has Marc Marquez got left late on? He said in Buriram he was just happy to save energy and save rubber, crucially, as he was trying to find a way to close in on Ralph Fernandez late on in that Thai Grand Prix before that real freak tyre incident ruled him out of contention. Is this now the plan for Marc? Is he just going to wait and try and rescue third place here late on from the Gian Antonio? You can forget about the Aprilias, they are long gone.
They are exchanging mid to high 18s. Personal best for Martin on 18.7 last time round, but Bezzecchi a 10th quicker. And here's another Aprilia making moves up the order. Ayagura now into the top 6 at the expense of Acosta.
Looks like a bit of a sitting duck right now, doesn't he, Acosta, on that KTM.
Software tyre, of course.
Yeah, having barged Alex Marquez out of the way at turn 13 a couple of laps ago. A block past. Guess he thought, well, if I can get ahead of Alex Marquez and then just maybe block him for a few laps. I mean, we saw on so many occasions last year what an awesome defensive rider Pedro Acosta could be. But yeah, as he just punished that rear tyre too much, Zagura made light work of him there on the run down to turn 1.
Because this is, of course, lap 15, which was sprint distance yesterday. So past this point, we're now entering a territory that our soft rear tyre has not been into so far this weekend. So Pedro Acosta might well be a little bit concerned at the current pace that he's setting, doing mid 1:19s. He's now a second a lap off the race leading pace. Pecco Bagnaia not even in this Grand Prix, and already after 2 Grand Prix weekends, Bagnaia just with 10 points to his name.
Not at the races at all. Has he been? A bit of chaos that's ensued ahead of him has seen Diogo Moreira elevated up into 13th place. You can just see him there. He's just ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. He's got Alex Rins directly ahead of him on circuit. Credit to Alex Rins. He's doing a pretty solid job out there at the moment, a respectable job to keep Yamaha inside the points going places. Fabio Quartararo at the moment on course for a rather fortuitous single point. And now Bastianini on the last lap has picked off Toprak Razgatlioglu for 16th.
That's a consolation prize at best, isn't it, for the Beast after the weekend he's had. That's a 3-way battle at the moment. Quartararo, Bastianini and Toprak, 15th, 16th and 17th. This is the battle now for third place, both in the 1:18s on the last lap. Digia and Marc Marquez, but unfortunately the horse, or horses, called the Aprilias, have bolted up at the front of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to represent, if he holds on to the podium, a real strong weekend for Digia. Pole position, second in the sprint and third in the Grand Prix. A 1-2-3 combo, but I think he'd have been expecting a little bit more here this afternoon. But once again, on Sundays, the Aprilia just seem to be able to raise their game. They're able to just ramp it up a couple of gears and find another level. And basically, let's be honest, they're crushing the opposition again once again here in Brazil. Marco Bezzecchi is over the line. He's on lap 17 of 2023, and he's still in the 18s. So too is Martin. sensing that Mark here is just starting to build up for his late threat. Marc Marquez now has just fired in a rare 118 for the factory Ducati rider.
Well, I don't think even a grid-style Samba show is going to break the concentration of Fabio Di Giannantonio here, given what happened to him yesterday, right here in the sprint, as he went wide and released the gold medal from around his neck and over the neck of Marc Marquez. Di Giannantonio will be highly motivated here to get a little bit of revenge, not only on Marc Marquez, but I guess on himself, after the mistake that cost him a win yesterday.
Well, I had a pleasure of interviewing Marco Bezzecchi after his win in Burma. I had a bit of a post-race Thai Grand Prix bet with him. If he won in Brazil, he'd do some Samba on the podium. I'm sure he's forgotten that, but let's hope if he does get the job done, we're going to see a bit of Samba. I'm sure he will do. He's got a good teacher, hasn't he, in the VR46 Academy from Frankie Morbidelli. How's Frankie getting on in what is his second home Grand Prix? He's got huge family and friend support here this weekend. Not really going Frankie's way, down in 14th position at the moment. And yeah, this threat is really starting to build here, isn't it, from Mark. He's piling the pressure on once again from Fabio Di Giannantonio. How many laps so far this weekend has Didier crossed the line and seen +0.93?
Didier's doing his level best. He just did his personal best on a 118.8, matched by Marc Marquez. So Didier is trying to prove a bit of a point here to Marc Marquez, but I've got everything it takes to hold you off in a head-to-head battle, which he didn't yesterday. He's still got another 6 laps to keep the world champion behind.
Yeah, which ain't going to be an easy task, is it, at all? It was a task that he was almost up to in the sprint yesterday. Kept Marquez at bay until a couple laps from the end of the sprint, but he's got it all on here because Marc Marquez is really starting to put that pressure firmly on the 49.
Potentially starting to come back at Martin a little bit the last couple of laps. You can see a bit of movement there for Marc Marquez around turn 6. On the last lap, they were a 10th quicker than Jorge Martin. Already on this lap so far, they've pulled another 10th and a half back. Don't think Martin or Aprilia will be panicking just yet, but Martin might need to just squeeze a little bit more pace out of that Aprilia just to safeguard that second place.
Now, I'm not Jorge Martin, and I'm not Jorge Martin's representatives, but these kind of performances are making it harder and harder to fathom why he would potentially, if you believe the rumours, be jumping out of the factory Aprilia squad to Yamaha.
Leading Yamaha at the moment, by the way, is in 14th place. Alex Rins, who is, some 15 or so seconds and change back from the race leader as the battle for third continues. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum for Jorge Martin. Who knows? Jorge Martin might well be in the running to challenge for a second MotoGP world title this season. If this Aprilia is the dominant package in the first 2 Grand Prix, that is over the next 20. Of course, still an awful long way to go in the season, and Ducati will not take this line down. But Aprilia, as we've discussed, surely at the moment have the reference motorcycle. Do we have a new favourite already at this stage for the MotoGP World Championship? I tell you what, if Aprilia go to Austin next weekend and do this again, as Marc Marquez, the king of Cota, is putting some manners on Fabio Di Giannantonio, this is a bit of a personal duel, isn't it? Marc Marquez back into 3rd place.
Listen to the roar of the Brazilian fans. They've got Diogo Moreira running in the point scoring place down in 13th place, but as he is all around the world, Marc Marquez is so popular. He's going to lose some drive, though, isn't he, now coming out of turn 12? Marc Marquez, and he had to wait for a mistake from Di Giannantonio to seize the lead in the sprint yesterday. This time he's decided to take matters into his own hands. That was aggressive, wasn't it, by Marc, going through that 6-7 complex, the 2 left-handers. So then, Didier, have you got anything to try and fight back and deny Marc Marquez his first Grand Prix podium of 2026?
Of course, Didier put a pretty tough move on Marc early on, which released Martin through. Didier, much like he did in the sprint yesterday, was able to get up alongside Marc Marquez, but can't outbrake him into the first corner. And is this deja vu for Didier 24 hours on?
Yeah, could well be. This is at turn 4 where he has already put on some aggressive moves. They go through the fastest corner circuit into 3, now into 4. Marc goes super defensive. There's just nothing. He wasn't going to leave any kind of inch there for the Giannantonio to throw that VR46 Ducati on the inside. What about now through 5? Now through the left-handers of 6 and 7. This is where Marc attacked on the last lap.
This has certainly eased the pressure on Jorge Martin for second place. This was the move. Marc Marquez, bit of a block pass, but perfectly legitimate. Just stuffed it up the inside of Fabio Di Giannantonio and said, Didier, you can tip it in as much as you want, but I've got the high ground, I've got the inside line, and I've got your 3rd place.
That's how close it was. That is how close it was. It's the old cliche, isn't it? Rubbing his racing. Antonio's got back ahead of Marc Marquez. You can see the live picture-in-picture screen there. And the Gian Antonio, well, fair play to him. Fabio is fighting fire with fire here. What a battle this is for the final place on the podium. Certainly is going to cost him the chance to reel in Jorge Martin for second. But Fabio Di Giannantonio, just as you knew he wouldn't, he ain't taking this lying down.
Yeah, so we're just sort of trying to keep an eye on it. The top of the continuous screen. Did Marc make a mistake, or did Digi just deal had some revenge? We're going to see it now. Marc Marquez just wide, much like Digi was yesterday in the sprint. This time it was Fabio on the receiving end.
Yeah, Marc was nearly down there, wasn't he? Going through 11, and now he's got to do all the hard work over again. Just about 2.5 laps remaining here in Brazil. Marco Bezzecchi in cruise control here in Goiânia. We pick up the runaway race leader, who just is getting so accustomed to seeing clear tarmac ahead of him. Is he going to be your pick for rider of the race? What about Di Giannantonio or Marc Marquez in their epic fight once again for a podium position?
I was about to mention it a moment ago before Marc Marquez engaged with Fabio Di Giannantonio, but if Aprilia go to Austin and do this again, as Jorge Martin makes a bit of a mistake into turn 11, and they dominate at the Circuit of the Americas, where Marc Marquez has dominated through his entire MotoGP career, then the alarm bells will be sounding loud and clear in Borgo Panigale.
Well, at least they're going to get out of Brazil with one bike on the podium, it looks like. Of course, last time out in Buram, no Ducati on the podium for the first time in 89 Grand Prix. No Ducati on the box for the first time in 5 long years. But you have to say, once again, Aprilia are creaming the opposition, aren't they? Marc Marquez then, hard on the brakes into the long right-hander of turns 1 and 2. Once again, he closes up on Fabio Di Giannantonio, trying to make that VR46 Ducati as wide as an 18-wheel truck right now, isn't he, Digia? Into 4 we go. Marc Marquez nowhere near close enough to try and launch the attack. He won't be close enough either to make another move here at turn 5 like he did a few laps ago.
Marc's a wily customer, of course. He's been down this road many times before. Won, of course, so many world championships. I don't think he's going to launch a crazy one from too far back here. 13 points is better than nothing. And at the moment, he's not showing any signs of getting close enough to even launch a speculative one on Fabio Di Giannantonio.
Let's not forget as well, even though this has been reduced by 8 laps, Marc Marquez has not completed a Grand Prix since he won the World Championship in Motegi over 170 days ago. We still know he's probably not completely fully recovered with that right shoulder he broke in Mandalika, so maybe a bit of fatigue's creeping in now as well for the 93.
Or maybe for Jorge Martin too. He'll be quite keen to see the checkered flag because he's lost 6/10 on this lap to the Digia Marquez battle. Final lap begins for Marco Bezzecchi. Martin did a 19.5 on the last lap, lost 7/10 to Fabio Di Giannantonio, but the good news for the Martinator is he's got one more lap to survive.
It has once again been an exhibition in fast starting, fast pace, and then controlling a Grand Prix at the front from Marco Bezzecchi. He is going to join a very illustrious group of riders. This is 78 years, 77 years of the MotoGP World Championship. Previously only 13 had ever won 13 4 successive MotoGP races. This is the historic moment beckoning for Bez. And let's be honest, he's not really been flustered, has he? He's not really been pressured. He's made it look so easy. It isn't, trust us, but Marco Bezzecchi is laying down a gauntlet here. He is throwing down a big marker. He ended 2025 with 2 wins in a row. He started 2026 with 2 wins in a row. Catch me if you can's the message.
It's getting even better for Aprilia. Gura's just taken 5th from Alex Marquez, but Marco Bezzecchi, is he about just to underline his status as MotoGP World Championship favourite?
Marco Bezzecchi was utterly brilliant in Buram to start 2026, and there's been a repeat. Bezzecchi has been brilliant here in Brazil. He wins our first Brazilian Grand Prix in 22 years. He absolutely destroyed the field once again. Winner in Thailand by over 5 seconds. Winner here today in Goiânia by over 3 seconds. Jorge Martin completes a fairy tale 1-2 for the factory Aprilia squad. A first Grand Prix podium since he won the World Championship at Barcelona in 2024 for Martin. Fabio Di Giannantonio does win out in another personal duel with Marc Marquez, despite the fact on the last lap of that Grand Prix, Marc did put in his best lap of the race, a 1:18.679, but it was not good enough. Di Giannantonio holds on for the podium. Ayrton got Alex Marquez for 5th on the last lap. The fireworks start, the firecrackers are underway, and on fire is Marco Bezzecchi on the factory Aprilia. He takes the lead in the MotoGP World Championship. Only Valentino Rossi, Marc Marquez, Jorge Lorenzo and Pecco Bagnaia had won 4 successive Grand Prix in the modern era. Some club that is to be part of. There were points. Agura got Alex Marquez late on for 5th. Pedro Acosta dropped down for 7th and loses the World Champs lead. A brilliant 8th place of Fermin Aldeguer on his first Grand Prix action since Valencia. A 9th and a top 10 for Zarco and Ralph Fernandez. Points for Marini, Morbidelli, Moreira, Rins and Bastianini. But this feels like another big statement performance by Marco Bezzecchi. The records keep tumbling for the Italian and for the Aprilia factory. First ever Aprilia rider to win 4 consecutive Grand Prix. The 27-year-old from Italy's Adriatic coast. Well, he is going to be enjoying his samba tonight here in Goiânia. What a ride. It never ever looked like throwing that one away from lights out to finish.
True dominance. Aprilia rubbing Ducati's noses in it. A 1-2. They're first for the best part of 3 years. Paolo Bonora giving his immediate reaction to Jack.
Paolo, the perfect day, who unsurprisingly is getting hugs, kisses from everyone in the Aprilia box. 1-2 in the Brazilian Grand Prix. Doesn't get any better than that. What a performance. What a turnaround from yesterday for Marco. How did you pull it off?
Yeah, the medium tire on the rear since this morning fixed something that we struggled a bit during the sprint race. There was too much over force on the front tire, and the rear medium helped a bit in the braking and also in the acceleration phase for the stability we have seen during the warm-up already for the Jorge and Marco in particular. And to be honest, they did a wonderful job. They start in a very great way, very good start, and they manage in a very careful way the front tire.
Your favourite saying to me is feet on the ground, but come on, Paolo, you're fighting in the World Championship here.
No, we have already still the feet on the ground. Thanks a lot.
Feet doing some samba dancing right now, that's for sure, inside the factory Aprilia garage. Jorge Martin was overcome with emotion yesterday after he picked up that bronze medal in the sprint. He goes one better here today. Second place, his first Grand Prix podium in nearly 500 days on what was an unforgettable weekend, of course, when he was the Pramac Ducati World Champion over in Barcelona. Huge respect and kudos to Fabio Di Gianantonio. It's got to be one of the toughest challenges in MotoGP history to win an out-and-out fight with Marc Marquez. He has done just that, and look at that in terms of the championship. Pedro Acosta's poor weekend sees him surrender the lead and drop back down to 3rd. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin 1st and 2nd in that Grand Prix of Brazil. And fairy tale stuff this for Aprilia, 1st and 2nd in the World Championship.
And Marc Marquez already at this stage 22 points behind Marco Bezzecchi. And Marco Bezzecchi looks like he's in the mood to extend that in the races that come up. Of course, next weekend we go to Marquez territory in Austin, Texas, a venue that he has adored and dominated at over the years. But if Aprilia go there and stick it onto Ducati, then Ducati know they have a major problem, if they don't already, in 2026.
Yeah, Ducati and Marc might need Cota just to sort of get a reference of where they're at. We know how strong he is around that Austin circuit. You just saw there on screens. 2022, Aleix Espargaro, the last time an Aprilia rider sat at the top of the World Championship rankings. Those two once were sworn enemies and fierce rivals when they fought it out for the 2018 Moto3 World Championship. And now they sit alongside each other, 1st and 2nd at the elite level. Congratulations from VR46 Ducati. An excellent job. What a weekend it has been for Fabio Di Gianantonio. And as we said, there aren't too many occasions in his Grand Prix career when, in an out-and-out race-long fight, Marc Marquez comes out the wrong side of it. Fabio Di Gianantonio ensured that was the case today. But Marco Bezzecchi takes the plaudits. There you can see he embracing Fabiano Sterlachini. What a weapon he's turned that RSGP into. Absolutely brilliant. Aprilia they're pinching themselves, aren't they, right now here and back in Nawale. 4 successive victories from Marco Bezzecchi, all of them leading every single lap. Is it now over 100 laps, Lewis, or nigh on 100 laps that he's led the last 4 Grand Prix?
We have 101 laps now without reply.
Now that is dominance. That is
MotoGP 101, according to Marco Bezzecchi.
That's next level. That is different class, isn't it? Warming himself even more to the hearts of the Brazilian fans. It's Jorge Martin with his number 89 Brazilian football shirt. Strong weekend for Ayagura. 5th over the line he was in the sprint yesterday. 5th over the line in the Grand Prix here today as well. Some weekend for VR46 Ducati as Fabio Di Giannantonio out of Q1 took pole position, fought for the win in the sprint, and then got a bit of revenge, didn't he, today on Marc Marquez after they toughed it out for the final place on our Grand Prix podium. I'll tell you what, if Marco Bezzecchi in a pretty go-to Cota next weekend and topple Marc Marquez and Ducati, then that is, we're already standing up and taking notice, aren't we? But that will feel like an even bigger statement from the Nawali factory. So, 3 Italian motorcycles in Parc Ferme. And there is Dorna CEO Carmelo Espeleta, or rather the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group, as I should now say, coming to congratulate our top 3.
And Jorge Martin has a taste for it again now, doesn't he? Back on Grand Prix podiums. And at what point does the mindset of Jorge Martin, as Massimo Rivola is, I guess, taking phone calls of congratulations, at what point, I wonder, does Jorge Martin's mindset go from, I'm happy to be here, to, I can win a 2nd World Championship this year?
That was a brilliant ride by Fermin Almaguer. 11.3 seconds behind Marco Bezzecchi at the checkered flag. That guy had not done anything anywhere near long distances on that Ducati since Valencia last year. What a weekend then for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Pole position and 2 podiums to boot. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Fabio, what a weekend and what a way to bounce back from yesterday. You could just tell you were not going to let Marc beat you again. To battle back and beat him head to head, how satisfying is that?
I pushed really hard, especially because I didn't make C, but this morning I had the bang on my left shoulder like last year. So I wanted to don't think about it, but once I started the race on the hard braking on the left, I was really struggling. So yeah, it was difficult at the beginning. Aprilia had something more compared to us. But then yeah, the battle with Marc was super fun. Always aggressive from his side, but it's normal because this track is quite straight, estretto. I don't know, it's quite little tight, yes. So it was normal, but this time it was me or me, like me or me. Yesterday he took it, now I took the podium. It's not a win, but for sure it's a great battle and I'm happy to have battle with him.
Super weekend, congratulations.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti ragazzi, grazie.
Yeah, Fabio Di Giannantonio then just revealing to us there that he was a little bit beaten up, a little bit battered after that crash in this morning's warm-up session, which shows just how hard he had to fight with Marc Marquez. Look at that. That is MotoGP combat at its closest. It was hard, it was aggressive, but it was fair between 93 and 49. And you got a sense, didn't you, that Fabio Di Giannantonio was not going to let lightning strike twice. That was one of the key moments going through turn 12, where Marc Marquez almost crashed out of contention. 4th place then at the checker flag, that for the number 93. Fabio Di Giannantonio then comes over the line for his 7th MotoGP podium finish. Great job by him. And what about Jorge Martin? Brilliant by the factory Aprilia rider. 2 podiums here in Brazil. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
He's already practicing the samba, is Jorge, and quite rightly as well. What a return to form, a double podium. We could see the emotion of yesterday. Now to finish 2nd, and an Aprilia 1-2 as well. It must be the perfect weekend for you.
Yeah, today, the question, it means a bit. Today Marco was really strong. At some point of the race I thought I could catch up, but luckily, Fabio overtook Marc and I went through, and then I saw I was faster at that point. I was trying to manage everything on the bike. For me long runs is really unpredictable, so every lap was a bit different. I was struggling a bit towards the end, but you know, I managed well. I tried to win that, but it was really difficult to take out from Marco. Anyway, super happy for closing this solid weekend. Thanks to Aprilia, they are an unbelievable team. Thanks to Marco because he's helping me a lot, and I think we are a great team and we can deliver good things this year.
Great job, well done.
Thank you. Gracias, Brasil. Obrigado.
They are already delivering good things, aren't they? The Aprilia pairing. This was Jorge Martin. He would have looked ahead and seen Fabio Di Gianantonio pick up Marc Marquez on the entry into turn 4. Both of them running out wide and just slotting down Aprilia on the inside. To take second place was Jorge Martin. Look at that, he's pumped. He is buzzing. His first Grand Prix podium as a factory Aprilia rider. Outstanding job by Jorge Martin. They can't quite believe what's happening, can they, at Aprilia at the moment. They've got the top 2 riders in that Goiânia Grand Prix. The top 2 riders now in the World Championship. It's, at the moment, an unstoppable, an unbeatable Marco Bezzecchi, who wins once again here in Brazil. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Marco, that's now a fantastic 4th victory in a row. Your 100% record at the start of the season continues, and now the new MotoGP World Championship leader. Not bad.
Not bad. I'm very, very happy. It was a tough weekend. Was super tough on Friday. We started in a bad way, and it was difficult to keep the motivation super high. But the guys did a wonderful job, and I also pushed myself over the limit to try to compensate everything I could. And at the end, we found a way to make the bike in a fantastic way. I adjust some details on my riding, and from this morning I felt better, so I said, okay, maybe I can try to fight, and it was an amazing race. I'm super happy. I want to dedicate this victory to Robbie, that unfortunately passed away last week. He was a dear friend of mine, so it was tough, and I'm very happy that I can dedicate this to him.
Well said. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a lovely tribute there to Robbie Lunaday, part of our close-knit MotoGP community, who sadly lost his life in a road traffic accident in Rimini last weekend. As Marco Bezzecchi there said, a close friend. And that MotoGP community down on Italy's Adriatic coast. Our thoughts and prayers are with Robbie's family and friends. Marco Bezzecchi, though, just continuing right now what is an unrivaled domination. I mean, we said in commentary, it's anything but easy to win a MotoGP race, but right now he's making it look so easy. And as he mentioned now, I mean, he was all at sea and lost on Friday, 20th at the end of that rain-disrupted practice session. Fast forward 48 hours, and he's making it 4 successive Grand Prix victories in a row. He now leads the MotoGP World Championship. Aprilia on top of the standings for the first time in 4 years. Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi running right in MotoGP.
Sì, 1-9, 1-6, 1-9.
Io che avevo loro che anche...
vedevo.
Dopo
gli ultimi giri ho continuato a fare 18.
Io lì dove ho caduto ieri, gli altri 3. Sì. Fuori, no, sul blu, come te ieri, uguale. Che mancavano 3 e io lì ho detto basta, Martino di torno. Comunque puttana, bellissimo. Bene, oddio, primo secondo, cazzo. Di 3 oggi faccio, quasi sorpasso loro altri 3.
Grande.
Oggi, cioè, la mia non va sto weekend, raga.
Cosa non va?
Voi andate forte sto dritto.
Matteo è di più.
Vamos. White out. Vamos juntos. Eso puede.
Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin starting their post-Grand Prix debrief there, trying to pinch themselves, I'm sure, going, we're 1 and 2 in the championship, mate.
L'acqua c'è? Sì. Monster. Buona, ma.
Attenzione a notare. Attenzione a notare.
Peccato la benzina.
Oh, è spia benzina, ma dopo mi sono dimenticato, ho detto all'inizio ho cambiato, poi dopo ho detto
Che ho sbagliato,
cosa
guarda
cazzo
che
cambio?
Che cazzata questa.
Come va, Orga?
Io non avevo proprio grip all'inizio, mamma mia, all'inizio era ghiaccio.
Potrebbe stare peggio, sai?
Senti un po', ma prendete l'acqua là dentro? Scusate?
Va.
No, se no mi butto dentro. No, io metto la faccia dentro.
Mettila.
Vai.
Guarda il barman.
Sì, volete un drink?
Ostia. Mamma mia, tostissima la 4.
Io all'inizio...
mazza,
fermo,
benissimo.
Fermo.
Sì, non aveva grip all'inizio.
Perché qua poi inizia a vibrare.
Mi si è attaccata la spallina sulla pedana. Guarda.
Sì.
Mi ha tirato la spallina.
Tac, l'ha tenuto dentro.
Sì, è bravo a far quello. Guarda.
Ah, è questo, Dio?
Sì.
No, quello del
Non so se la pedana ha qualcosa, però guarda.
È la cosa della carena, secondo me.
Può essere.
Nuovo kit.
Oddio, ma quanto... ma lì l'asfalto...
Uno pari, anche ieri uguale ho fatto.
Ma lì l'asfalto...
Si sta togliendo.
Si sta spaccando tutto.
Sì.
Ma poi c'era l'acqua all'ultimo punto.
2 airsticks.
Ma perché?
Ma anche ieri, quella di ieri.
Io il giro di ricognizione...
Grande tiro.
Ho visto, ho detto, ma che cazzo è?
Grande pezzo. Questo non si le parole, se no non si dice. Vamos. Grande Matteo. Mis gafas temporali, sempre io prima.
Sì.
Oh, grazie, tutte le serate fa così.
Jorge Martin making his first mistake of the weekend there, almost destroying our ice bucket. A very welcome, cool treat for our top three here in scorching hot conditions in Brazil. From Buriram to Brazil, from Southeast Asia to South America, it is Marco Bezzecchi who is standing tall and proud on the top step of the podium here once again. They can't quite believe what's happening right now, can they, in the factory Aprilia team? You have to enjoy these special moments, and they certainly are. For so long, the Italian kings in MotoGP have been Ducati, but is there being a shifting in the balance of power in MotoGP right now?
Certainly at the moment, Aprilia are in such a sweet spot with a 1 and 2 in the Grand Prix, 1 and 2 in the World Championship. Fabio Gianantonio, who's just taken his face out of that ice bowl back in the green room before the podium. And now the sweet taste of third place for him. Second for Jorge Martin. His best result, of course, and first Grand Prix podium in the colours of Aprilia. Aprilia, who are flying their flag high as the dominant force right now at the start of 2026 in MotoGP, with Marco Bezzecchi extending his extraordinary run. 4 consecutive Grand Prix wins, 101 Grand Prix laps led without reply. Catch us if you can. The winning constructor prize, which of course, once again, goes to the boys from Noale. The hard-working men and women of Aprilia have built a monster in 2026. And his Ducati's long-running dominance of MotoGP in both the Riders and the Constructors' Championship coming under some genuine threat now. The Vice-Governor of Goiás, the region of which we're so delighted to have come for this first Brazilian Grand Prix in over 2 decades, presents the trophy to Fabio Gianantonio, who of course ended last season with podium in Valencia. That's 2 of the last 3 then for him. Second place to Jorge Martin, a 33rd MotoGP podium. How sweet must this one feel, though? After all the sacrifice, the rehabilitation, the recuperation of 2025, he's a genuine contender again in 2026. The governor of Goiás is going to hand over Yet another race-winning trophy. Number 8 for Marco Bezzecchi in MotoGP. His winning streak goes on. Aprilia's winning streak goes on as Bez bounces to the top of the MotoGP World Championship.
Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia are getting very used to hearing the Italian national anthem ring out at the end of MotoGP races, aren't they, recently? As for the 4th Grand Prix in succession, it was simply the Bez. Simply irresistible, isn't he, right now? The 27-year-old Italian who will leave South America and head north to the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas for round 3 in 2026. Installed as the new World Championship leader, and potentially, maybe in some people's eyes, installed as now a new MotoGP World Championship favourite. Long season ahead of us. Very, very early doors, but the signs incredibly positive, aren't they? If you're associated with Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia, work to do. Bit of homework going to be going on at Borgo Panigale, isn't there? After Ducati, see Aprilia dominate a Grand Prix once again. That's going to be a very sweet gulp of Prosecco for Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia. He joins previous Goiânia winners Wayne Gardner, Eddie Lawson and Kevin Schwantz. What a quartet that is to be part of. Marco Bezzecchi joining 3 previous MotoGP World Champions as Goiânia Grand Prix winners. And he did it in some style. He never looked back once he hit the front from the middle of that front row of the grid. And it is now over 100 laps since Marc Marquez had anybody in front of him in a Sunday Grand Prix. Jorge Martin enjoying the celebrations, his first Aprilia podium. Fabio Di Gianantonio, he's got a smile, but he had to grit his teeth in that Grand Prix, revealing to Jack in Park Fairmay that bit of damage to that troublesome left shoulder, of course, which caused him so many issues at the end of 2024. Let's hope that there's no lingering after effects of that one that he's going to carry for the next few Grand Prix, but he really did have to dig deep, didn't he, for that first podium in 2026. Aprilia victorious then here in Goiânia. Double celebrations here in South America as Jorge Martin betters his 3rd in yesterday's Tissot sprint. 2nd in the Grand Prix, 3.2 seconds he was behind Bezzecchi when the checkered flag was thrown after the race distance was slashed from 31 laps to 23 laps. They are now the pictures that are going to be lighting up social media all around the world as we head next to what traditionally is a Marc Marquez stronghold. Can he return to be the king of COTA, having crashed out the lead there last year? We head from South America to North America for one of our most popular visits to the music capital of the world. Next week we'll see you in Austin, Texas.
And Aprilia will want to get over there right now. All Aprilia in Goiânia. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin 1 and 2. Fabio Di Gianantonio winning the Ducati battle for 3rd and 4th over Marc Marquez. Ayagura backing up Aprilia's incredible afternoon with 5th, passing Alex Marquez on the final lap. Pedro Acosta 7th, losing the World Championship lead as a result. Aldegar Zarco and Raul Fernandez, your top 10. Marini Morbidelli, points for Diogo Moreira at home, also for Alex Rins. And Enea Bastianini, who passed Fabio Quartararo late on. Here's what it means for the World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi 11 points ahead of his teammate Jorge Martin. Pedro Acosta drops 2 to 3rd. Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez 4th and 5th. The reigning champion 22 points off the lead. He does though jump ahead of the Trackhouse Aprilias of Ayagura and Raul Fernandez today. Aprilia lead the Constructors' Championship now by 17 points over Ducati. They are 5 clear of KTM, who drop to 3rd. Team standings, Aprilia, well, they've led 101 laps without reply. They have 101 points on the board in the Teams Championship. They are 39 clear of their compatriots from the satellite team Trackhouse. Let's have some highlights then. Aprilia will want to watch these for quite some time. This was the key moment, wasn't it? This was where the race was won for Marco Bezzecchi, blasting past Fabio Di Giannantonio off the line and never looking back. Fabio Quartararo, fortunately, was heading backwards after a poor start from 4th on the grid, losing places to the likes of Martin Acosta and the Gresini Ducatis. Pedro Acosta was on that soft rear tyre, trying to make some early inroads from his 9th place on the grid. An error from Di Giannantonio around turn 1 saw him lose what was at that point 2nd place to Marc Marquez. Acosta did briefly hold 4th, but he lost that to Jorge Martin, who was in the best position to pounce when Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez locked horns. Bagnaia was struggling in the midfield, running in 11th place when he crashed at turn 1. Another day that the Ducati Lenovo team will look back on fondly. Gresini were making moves as Alex Marquez took what was 6th place from Pedro Acosta at the end, both passed in the latter stages by Ayagura's Aprilia. But the Digiet Marquez battle was not settling down. Di Giannantonio holding P3. Well, Marc Marquez put a big move on him into turn 6. The world champion looking to try and salvage a podium from a difficult afternoon. Unfortunately for him, though, a mistake around turn 11 and 12 saw him lose that 3rd place back to Digiet. That was the decisive move in the battle for the final podium spot. 1st and 2nd, though, those were well and truly locked off by the rampaging Aprilias. Jorge Martin in a 2nd place that he will treasure for some time. His best result since he was crowned world champion late in 2024. But the Bezzecchi bandwagon rolls on to Austin with Marco as the world championship leader. It is 4 in a row for the Bez, who is simply the Bez in Brazil.